What's up? What's up? Good Sunday evening to all of you who have tuned. Yes, Copy. What? And I saw your crack. Yeah, I saw your 2026 crack. I did it, baby. I did it. And let me tell you, it has been an atrocious experience. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like that first day, 6.5 hours. It was like an hour to set up the tablet. And then it was I downloaded a comic reader, and it was 6.5 hours of just constant problems with this comic reader. I just went in and out of I might have to switch, guys. If anything happens and you don't hear me, let me know. If I go mistakenly on mute, let me know. As soon as you do, I'm just going to take a minute, then I'll just swap out, and I'll stop using the mic and I'll start using just the camera microphone. But anyways, yeah, it was crazy. It was like 6.5 hours, like I said, because the reader seemed to be hijacking the tablet. Like I was trying to get to the settings for the tablet, and I had hit the tablet settings icon, the gear, and it kept opening the reader app, you know? Yeah, so I did. I did, Marcus. I did. It's a Chinese knockoff, I admit. But I did like enough research. And it had, this particular one has like almost identical ratings and feedback as one of the Samsung ones. So I was just like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. I mean, Kavi also has a knockoff, and he told me his has worked good for a couple of years, whatever. So I thought, why not? No, I'm not an Apple guy, Tom. I'm not an Apple guy, so listen. I'm not even an any technology guy other than PC. So I definitely don't want to go off of Windows and Android. Yeah, and it's so much more money. So I was like, you know what? I got to make sure it works. Like, I got to make sure that my plan works, right? Like, I want to be sure that I end up using it, that I want to use it, because if I, at least this was $200. If I spend $200 and I end up not really using it, then I'm going to be kind of pissed. But at least $200 is not like $600, $400, $800, whatever all that Apple stuff costs, right? So that's it. So I got to be sure that this is the way to go for me first, and then who knows what the future holds. But Peter, what's up? I don't even know what that means. A tomato guy? I don't know what that means. Yeah. So confused there. Hold on. Let me put down this fan a little bit. All right. Wind's blowing papers all over the place. But yeah, let me see who else is here first. Let me say hello. And actually, even before I say hello, I gotta say I don't think anybody had videos this week. If you did, I didn't notice them. So I ain't got no promos, Carl, for you. Certainly, Mike and Lee. If you have one, if you have videos, then I missed them. I've been busier than usual with this whole shopping for and trying to buying and then trying to get used to this whole how this iPad thing, iPad, whatever, tablet works. Yeah, so I haven't been on YouTube as much. So I apologize if you guys did put videos out and I didn't see them. But I might as well, since I'm doing this, let me just quickly remind everybody to please don't forget to watch Nicky B. If he's supposed to be going to San Diego Comic-Con this coming week. And so he still doesn't know. He's scheduled to go. He wants to go. He may ultimately, because everything, all the work he's got, dealing with Diamond and that whole situation, he may make the choice to stay home. If he stays home, I assume he'll have a show. And in that case, you can check him out this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, where I am pretty sure he'll bring some art to sell in a claim style basis, as always. And otherwise, this is, you might see this guy at San Diego. So be on the lookout for him if you're going to be in San Diego. Nobody knows if he will definitely be there or not. But yeah, so check Friday and see if he's got a show or not. And oh, I forgot last week. So I had a few extra subscribers. Once again, everybody except one was anonymous to me. But let's shout out my newest sub, whose name I can see. Anthony's comic book art and the anonymous people. So Anthony's comic book art must have seen some stuff that made him think, hey, I can maybe sell some stuff on this guy's channel. And so thank you for the sub, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. And let me jump back in and say hello to everybody. Let's see who's here. Who's here this evening on this fine, fine weather. Well, finally the heat broke, everybody. The heat broke. I mean the heat wave. And yeah, so okay. Did not see it again, Marcus. Do you intend to see it again is what I'm wondering. Ooh, I don't know how much I missed. Yeah, so give me a second, guys. There's something's up. I think the hardware of this mic is basic. I think my mic is on its last legs. I'm going to switch over to my mic on the cam. So give me a second, guys. Let me see. All right. Audio. Okay. Testing. All right. I've switched over to the mic on the cam. So please, somebody let me know if you can tell a difference in the, how it sounds, because that way I know that it definitely switched over to the cam. I'd appreciate that. I'm gonna get this other mic out of the way. Can't believe I have to waste money buying another cam. Shit. I mean, microphone. Okay. So let me see. Happy Sunday, Vivian, to you. Thank you for your support as always. I appreciate it. That's saying hello. As you know, I certainly did. And she spoiled it before I could even kind of surprise you. So, Jason, what's good, buddy? Next thing you know, Ruben collects digital blockchain art. That I can't see happening anytime soon, if at all, And nice, I like the wisecrack. Like the wisecrack. CJ, what's good? Happy to see that you're feeling better day by day, and certainly good enough to be back here again this Sunday night. So I hope you're feeling better every day. So let us know, though. I would like to know. And hey there from Tom. It's a party. Evening. Yeah, I was going pretty crazy there, but I've got it. I on many occasions I wanted to throw this thing against the wall, and just smash it, as quickly and as hard as I could. Yeah, because spending 6.5 hours trying to figure out one stupid app that wouldn't work properly. It figures with my luck, the app was probably just, I don't know, just some kind of incompatible thing or whatever. So I ended up buying an app, and it's the same app that I use on my PC. So what the heck, why not, These crowns are going to be Finn tonight. Crowns? What are crowns and what is Finn? Peter, hello again. Hello. And hellos everywhere all along the way. Here, Jason, Kavi, Vivian, Marvel Fan, Oh, well, 5 years time, we could be walking around a zoo with the sun shining down over me and you. I don't know what song that is, but I like the rhyme. It is. It's real. Hey, Kavi, you should for to celebrate my actual purchase of the digital and getting with the getting with the new younger kids, and the younger generation, and joining the digital comic book crew. You should pop into the studio with me, to celebrate as a thank you, as a celebration for me to finally breaking that streak of being old school. And now I'm not the only one. I'm sure there's other old school guys who also don't own tablets and still only insist on reading through regular, real analog comics. So, Rickster, what's good? Rickster, how was Ruby's birthday? Did you guys have a birthday party? Forgot to mention it last week. 3 days ago. Happy birthday to Ruby. Hope you guys had a good time. And let's see. Hello to everybody. A glowing book. Yes, indeed. Hello, keep coming in, folks. Keep coming in. Sam Maroney. Hola. What's good, Sam? Hey, Sam, maybe you want to make an unplanned appearance and hang out and talk about whatever. Speaking of which, go into the description down below this video, everybody, and you'll see a link. It's open to anybody. The door to the studio is open. Anybody who wants to come in, you don't have to feel obligated to hang out all multiple hours. You could come in for a few minutes and leave, whatever you want to do. Come in, come out, go back in, jump out, whatever. The link is in the description. Please do so. We'd love to have somebody here so I don't feel like I'm talking to myself. Ruben, the app guy. My first one, right, Marcus? It's kind of like it's worthy of a celebration of sorts, I guess, I'm surprised, Tom, you didn't actually say that I just need to get a cell phone. You're being very specific, So let's see. Why did Ruben get knockoff technology? Just because it's cheaper and oftentimes it works just as good, So I figured, why not? Practically hits in his pocket. Hides, you mean? In his pocket already? Wait till he gets his first cell. We're going to have a party. I told Vivian recently that I might have to be forced to get a cell because I don't know, my landline bill, it keeps going up and up. I mean, I'm paying so much money just to have a landline. They keep jacking it up because so few people have landlines now that they just spread the cost among all the few people who have the landlines. And yeah, man, it's like really expensive, but yeah, not really too excited yet to get a cell phone. Bought the iPhone. Yeah, that's a good one. I like it. Like, you're basically right, It's a good one. I like that. I always go Apple. Would you stop it, Tom? I've never been that. I've always been PC, so that's what I'm used to. So I would stay Android, And Android takes a bit to get. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Android takes a bit to get used to. Really? I would think like Apple would get time to get used to if all you've ever used is PC your whole life. You know what I mean? And you see, that's why though. That's why it's normal, right? Anytime somebody uses one style for years, it takes getting used to when you jump to the other style, right? That makes sense. And it was away for free when you apply for a credit card. Yeah, you wish. $200, man. I didn't get like a $50 one, And there's that comment. What's up, Sean? Use it for Candy Crush on the toilet to mask the sound. That one makes good pie. It does. With cinnamon. Gotta have cinnamon, though, Who else is here? Not an Apple guy. Is it hot again? No, Sean. The heat wave broke, I'm happy to say. I mean, it's a little stuffy because, even when it's not a heat wave, the air conditioning doesn't flow into this office really, So I have to have the door open and the fan overhead still going. Yeah, there's no breeze out there, but it's getting cooler. So I'm hoping that later on in the live stream, it's gonna the temperature is gonna keep dropping. It's gonna get really cool, and hopefully a breeze will start coming in, and I'll be okay. John Brown, what's good? Good evening to you, sir. Good evening to you also, Caesar. What's happening? And Marcus, is that what you do? It definitely helps. You see, especially if he hasn't gone in 5 days. Candies, all kinds of candies. I wouldn't mind having some candies now or something to munch on. He will go. He will go. You think he's going to go for the Reds? Oh, yeah, that's kind of true. Hey, listen, guys, did you guys check it out? And thank you, by the way, 40 of you here. I can't see how many people have hit the like button, but please, let me just ask you, let me take this opportunity right now since I often forget. If you're watching this for the first time, please do not, yes, you heard me right, do not hit the subscribe button. Do not subscribe unless you enjoy what you see and you think that you will be back to watch more, okay? Otherwise, please don't subscribe. But I would appreciate just if you have a thumbs up, the like, which is right below here somewhere. Hitting the thumbs up / like button, that would be appreciated. And it's just some nice encouragement, So there's 41 of you right now. I don't know how many of you have hit the like, but please, if you haven't, it takes a second to just click. So please do that if you don't mind. I would appreciate it, man. Now you're making me hungry for sure. Except for the poop, But I know, you're in the toilet. I get it. Hello, Maki Poo Poo. What's good? Who's going to San Diego? I'm not. Marcus will be there. That's the one I know for sure. And who else? Hi, Vivian. Yes, don't go to OAX. Who are you telling that to? OAX is the best. CAX is the best. And what's up, Lee? And we're going to SDCC. Get me the legend. Get him toys. He wants toys. Rick's there. Saw Super again. Wow. Oh my God. Rick, did it go from 8.5 to 9? Or did it go from 8.5 to like 6.5? Come on. Be honest now. I can wait for streaming. Okay. Well, see, you and I are on the same wavelength on that one. You know what? To tell you the truth, if there's any exception to the rule, I don't remember it. I can tell you that to the best of my memory, my recollection, I don't think I have ever gone back to the theater to re-watch the same movie on its first original release run. I don't think I've ever done that in my life. Yeah. Because even if I love it, like it's, it's fine. Like I watched it once, it's good. I can wait until the video or, DVD comes out. So, yeah. So I'll check Superman out. I'll give it a second chance. When it hits, home for home viewing. And Caesar is going to be there, of course, as always. Yeah, enjoy it, Caesar. And well, it's one of my workers downloads movies through torrents, so I watch stuff that way. Yeah. People hand me, people give me, what do you call it? On the thumb drives and stuff, and bring over stuff for me to watch sometimes, friends. Always says I never read the headers on the show. So what's this show about tonight? And that's why you should read it. That's why you should read this. You should have already read this. Let's see. Who else we got? Maki Poopa says, sorry, I'm flying to Guam later this week. Wow, Guam. Don't they have a military base out on Guam? I think so. Your work is better, so I don't have to pirate. Yeah, Tom. That's funny. And getting there slower than I would prefer. Well, isn't that the case? I can imagine. And yeah. And as we get older, as you know, it does take longer for us to heal from, whatever illnesses and sicknesses and, accidental damage we do to ourselves. So, but yeah, man, thinking about you, and may it continue to get better, even if it's slower. Oh, I did not know that, Maki, that she's from Guam. Wow, that's cool. First person I know from Guam. That's really neat. And who else? TJ, what's good, buddy? What's happening? Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Nicky B needs butts in the seats for Red Sonja. We're going to sell us NFTs. Definitely not. Definitely not. I won't even mention them, unless you guys do. Tablet smashing video would go viral. That's true. That's true. I don't think then Vivian would get pissed off at me and she'd try to smash me against the wall. It wouldn't be too pretty, Hellos from everybody to TJ. See, TJ likes to come in late, so that way everybody says, everybody's already said hello to each other, and now everybody just has to say hello to TJ, and he feels like more special that way, Yeah, Lee and Caesar, you guys should hook up there, meet up at, whatever booth, and yeah, hang out a little bit. Caesar says that Tom, my friend, does the same. He's always asking me what I want to see. And it gets all new movies. There we go. Yevgeny, what's good? What's good, buddy? Good evening to you. Hey, everybody! If you're not on, if you haven't seen it on Instagram, Yevgeny posted the pencils, the finished pencils for Matt, who we talked about it last week. That Matt is in the middle of getting a commission done by Yevgeny. And yeah, the pencil look pretty sweet. So sweet looking piece so far. I'm looking forward to the finished product. So if you're on Instagram, be sure to check Yevgeny's channel out. And let's see what else. What else? Hellos. I'd watch that employee close to see if he steals. Nice. And I get what you mean. Ruben the Trend Maker. Old school is still all right. Yeah, listen. I absolutely it is. Mike, and hello, by the way, Mike. It absolutely is. It's just that for me, I kind of ran out of space years ago, and I kept buying trade paperbacks, and there's no space for them. So they're like a lot of us. I'm not the only one. A lot of us have them in stacks, stacked all over the floor, stacked on bookcases, And I just thought, you know what? Eventually, I just need to do it. I need to break through, man, and get one. And I always felt like if I could do that, one of the things that it would really help with is enable me to read the things that I wanted to read, but that when I found out about them or, got the mood to read them, realized, oh, yeah, no, those are long since out of print kind of thing, And so most of the time, those out of print trades, they're usually available on digital. So yeah, so it's more a matter of necessity, Mike, but I gotta tell you guys, so far so good. Like after the horror, after I went through the horror of the 6.5 hours of trying to make that app work, and then I finally only to delete it in the end and just remove it from the tablet, and then I spent several hours trying to get the new app that I bought for the comic reader, installed and set up and working properly, and try to figure out how, the downloading and where to put it, how to put it from my downloads into the proper folder I want it to be in, all that crap, whatever. Several hours just doing that. When I finally got it and I started getting the hang of it, I got to tell you, I got pretty excited. Man. Like, yeah, I just check it out here. I left off on issue number 1, and now I can finally get part 2 and 3, so I can finish the storyline of this new miniseries, which they had this cool new villain in it, and yeah, I just thought it would be really cool. And then speaking of that Superman movie, we never got you guys. It's funny, after last week's show, there was I think there were 3 or 4 more things that I thought about. I was like, oh wow, we didn't even touch upon that. But whatever. I don't want to do that this week. But just really quickly, that we never touched upon the Supergirl scene. And personally, I'll tell you really quick, I was not happy with that at all. Okay, that's not the Supergirl I wanted to see. And in fact, it was even more upsetting because I had actually forgotten that Supergirl was supposed to make a cameo, right? Up until she shows up on screen, I'd completely forgotten about it. And suddenly I was like, oh yeah, Supergirl, and then when I don't know, she calls him dude, and then, I don't know. I didn't even realize she was drunk, by the way. I just thought, like, I don't know what's happening. It's just weird. She looks weird. Then she falls over with the dog. And she's laughing like silly. And I just thought she's just weird. She's like a weird Supergirl. And then everybody was mentioning she was drunk. Okay. So I was like, okay. But then I found out really quick that the drunk part, well, I saw a quote from James Gunn saying that the Supergirl movie next year is going to be like that. That's the Supergirl you're going to see. And he's like, oh, it's not the Supergirl you know. She's a hot mess. Well, hot is my word, but he just said she's a mess. She's going to be a mess, And I was like, oh, boy. When you're trying to revitalize the DC universe, the movie universe, because it's just been kind of failure after failure after failure, and this first one with Superman, it's not like an out of the gate success, in the sense that everybody's divided pretty much. It's either, oh yeah, I really loved it, most people, or I feel, to me, it feels like 45%. I mean, it's not mathematical, it's not mathematically precise, but just from the eyeball test on YouTube, to me, it feels like it's 45%. I love it. And 55% like, oh my God, it's the worst piece of shit I've ever seen. It's weird. Like, there's not any, really, most people are not kind of in between like I was, with my six, and like, thinking there's room for improvement, but there's stuff to build on. Everybody's really divided. So with that being said, I was like, okay, to me, that's not an out of the gate blockbuster start. So to jump out of the gate with that, and then to jump into Supergirl a year later, and she's completely unrecognizable as some, drunken spaz or whatever, or, like whatever she's going to do. I don't know. I just think it's really risky. Really risky. I just really don't think that was a smart move, but we'll see. But then I found out also that whole hot mess take, it's not just made up. It's not like he made it up. I found out, oh, it's based on a Supergirl series that came out not long ago, 2022, and so I was like, okay. And then I reached out to Mickey. I don't know, Mickey, what's up? If you're here listening, as always, Mickey's been reading comics since 1960s, and he's been reading Supergirl since, her first appearance till now. I mean, he's like the biggest Supergirl fan that I know. And I thought, being an old school kind of reader that he is, I was like, okay, he probably, like, if she's kind of drunk and stuff all the time in that series, he's probably not a fan of that series, right? So I asked him, what did you read it? He said, yeah. I said, so what'd you think? He's like, oh, I really liked it. I was like, really? Wow. Okay. If somebody like Mickey enjoyed, and that's, yeah, sorry, Supergirl. But if he enjoyed it, then I was like, okay, and I'm going to give it a shot. Because I figure I don't want to be stunned when the movie comes out, right? I don't want to be all shocked and disappointed. Like, yeah, I figure if it's disappointing to me, let me find out what this series is about. I feel like whatever I end up feeling about this series, I think I have my gut tells me it's probably a similar feeling I'm going to think about her when she appears in her movie next summer. So Yeah, so that's it. So we'll see what happens. I seen it. What did you see? So, oh yeah, that's right. So what did you think? What did you think? I think you said it was you liked it. Like, but well, yeah, but like, yeah, that's what you said. And then I didn't go back to see if you responded to me on your Instagram. So let us know here what you give it on a scale of 1 to 10, please. Good day, awesome. Glad you guys had a great day. And yes, indeed, my her aunt, my sister, came in from out of town. Drove 5 hours just to stay with us about 5 hours, go to sleep, wake up, and leave the next day. So that was very nice. And yeah, we had a good time. Thank you. And wow, was that piss poor? Holy crap, that really is pathetic. 33 watching, 15 likes, man. Please, everybody, please just hit the like button down here somewhere. I would really appreciate that. And hellos. All right, more hellos. The astronomer CEO cheats and has to resign. That was crazy. What a crazy way to get caught. That's probably the most inventive way that anybody has ever got caught cheating. You know, like wow. Can you imagine? Like I think I heard it was like 48 million people saw the video or something. Like, that's pretty crazy. What's up, Carl? Gonna be on the road, listening in, digital. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did it. I finally did it. Hellos. Who else is here? Why do you have a landline? Well, because I gotta be able to receive calls occasionally from, very rarely, I admit, very rarely. And I got to occasionally make calls myself, so I have my landline. Like I've always had a landline. Trade land for satellites. And yeah, Caesar's always at that booth. That's right. He helps out at the booth. Yeah, the ones that give him the badge to get in. Yeah, but you should definitely go and check him out there, Lee. They raise the price on landlines because no competition, and old people can't give them up. That's very true. Use you on a cell to keep that GPS on you so you don't go to any Coldplay concerts. Exactly. Yes, I get those. I get about 3 per day. Yeah, but I know that they're just scam. I know that they're scam calls, right? So I don't, I just ignore them. Whatever. Mac. Well, most artists use Max, Yevgeny, for sure. So that's not a surprise. Nice. Okay. Be at the booth too. Good stuff. 110. What? Wow. JT in the house. What's good? Of course, I know this was a long time ago. Ruben doesn't poop at cons. Oh, Derek's getting into the action now. Derek wants to join Marcus and get into that action. Candy Crush app mask sounds irrelevant. That's like 12. Are you serious? $12 a month here. Oh, okay. Well, so here's the thing. They're nowhere near 12. I could make it cheaper, but they here we've never had the same kind of open competition that you guys do in the United States. Here in Canada, it's so crazy. There's like no competition for the landline. You've got your ISP who can give you a landline service, or Bell, right? Bell Canada, obviously in our case. And that's like basically it, So there's never really been a much choice, So everybody usually was with Bell, obviously. Everybody at one point, because it used to be a monopoly, until the ISP started offering the service, right? But right now, the what makes it expensive is that the features to have the call display, name display, number display, and the voicemail, those are the ones I want. And they give you 6 other ones that I never use. To have all that shit, that's what really costs money. They force you to they bundle all of that crap together. You can't just buy 1 or 2 features like they used to, but now they force you to take the giant bundle. And if you want any of those services, you got to take the whole bundle. And that's why with the bundle, before taxes, I'm paying like $60-something. If I get rid of the bundle, I would still only be paying. They try to screw you at 40 something or something like that. Whatever. It's nuts. So anyway, Stingray, what's good? What's happening, man? Stingray put up some nice pieces this week. If you guys haven't seen it in CAF. Jesus Cabrera, evening. What's good, man? Not that pricey. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, but don't subscribe. You heard it here first. Thank you, Evgeny. Thank you. I appreciate that. Never pooped at a con. The toilets always look. Yeah, but Tom, what you mean is that you later went to the hotel or the restaurant or wherever. What these guys are trying to tell you is that I never go, period, until I get back home. That's what they're trying to make you believe. It did happen before, but it doesn't happen all the time. But it did happen one time. I was at OAX and had orchestral concert. Jimmy Olsen Lex's girlfriend at a Coldplay concert. Commission OAX. Nice. Shaggy Wong, what's up? Am I coming to Toronto? I am not likely to. I'm still waiting to hear from Jeff to see if that get together, the art collector get together, is happening every year at his house. I haven't spoken with him in a while, so I can tell you that honestly, I would say unless he ends up telling us that the get together is the same weekend, and then we'd probably go for an hour or two, maybe on Friday. Yeah, I don't see myself going. And honestly, Shaggy, having been there the last 3 years, there's nothing for us to do. No joke. I'm there for an hour. I walk around, look at what artists are there. Never really anything too interesting to me. And then I go around to see comic book dealers that I know set up, just to say hello to them, who I only get to see once a year. And that's it. About an hour in, I'm already like, all right, Jeff, you ready to go? Let's get the hell out of here, you know? Yeah, there's the Toronto show. And I thought Montreal show was crap, but Toronto? I mean, it's nowhere near as bad as Montreal, but it's not great anymore. So 8, it went up a quarter point. Okay, all right. What did Ruby and your other daughter and all your kids, what did everybody think? Let us know what everybody thought. Oh, boy. When is Fan Expo again? What do you care? You're not going to go. And Tom Fonz is poop on can. Oh, boy. If you cancel Landline, you probably need to send a certified letter of cancel as proof. About a year after cancel, I got a collection. So really? Yeah, I do know that I have to be careful. I do know that in the past, like going back to the 90s, like if you ever canceled your telephone line or your hydro account or whatever, like they would nail you 2-3 months, not a year, but 2-3 months later, they tell you owe us money or whatever. I was like, what? Yeah, you got to give them some kind of advance notice. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. So don't worry, Mike. I appreciate the heads up, but I'm well aware. Yeah, I'm well aware that you got to be careful when you cancel. Wow, that's crazy. If I sent the proof of canceling, I might have had to pay a bill I didn't know. Wow. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Multiple times theaters was Endgame. Okay, the last movie I saw to rewatch was back in, Star Wars. Wow. That's crazy. Hey, Alex, what's happening, man? What's good? Everyone is like other YouTubers. He'll start his own coffee brand. That sounds familiar. Which YouTuber started a coffee brand? You're very welcome, Yevgeny. You're very welcome. Look how far behind I am. Judges in Death. Oh, yeah, that's an awesome piece. Yeah. Bone and Juma Fungo are cheap landlines in Canada. So here's the thing. So in Quebec, you don't see, Quebec is different. That's what you have to know, is that in Quebec, the rules are always different in Quebec. The Quebec government, they always want to be different from every other province. It's their way of trying to show that they're a different and distinct society unto themselves. Okay? And so the rules across the country usually don't apply to Quebec. And even if we did have some of these other sort of smaller name ones, because we do sometimes have them. I actually would rather not go for them, because when you're going for home telephone service, just to save money, and you go with those cheap ones, it's not like they have their own, landlines out there, right? There's no lines out there. Like, they're just using bells, and they're just buying, service from them at a discount and reselling it to you. And they that's how they make their money, and their customer service is non-existent when you need them for anything. So that's why I'd rather just keep paying and pay more, and at least if anything happens, whatever, I know I'm not screwed, I need to read those Dark Patterns. Yeah. The first, like I said, the first issue, it's only a 3. What Carl told me, what I found out, well, he didn't tell me, but I found out from listening to his videos that you all should at his YouTube channel, Carl's Collection, is that Dark Patterns is going to be 12 issues, but it's a series of miniseries, only 3 issues long, which is kind of fun. I like that. I like shorter ones, And so Dark Patterns, that first story is 3 issues. That first issue was really good, really cool new villain. So yeah, that was fun. If you read One of Tomorrow, if you read One of Tomorrow, you'd understand. Well, yeah, but now you heard me talk about it, so I think you would agree that I understand now. I probably get it now. By the way, I did read the first issue of Woman of Tomorrow. So far, so good. So we'll see what the last 7 issues are like. She's drunk. She needs to go to Planet to the Red Sun to do it. No, I know that now. I know all that now. Yeah. Rich, what's good? He was very loyal to his phone company. Apparently so. What's the Melissa Benoist Supergirl? Not really. Not really. But Marcus, I got to say, I don't want to be mean, but I kind of find this one kind of ugly. I saw some stills, online with some photos of her. The best way I can put it is she's one of those girls who looks like a mean girl. As soon as I saw her face, I was like, she looks like she's from the movie Mean Girls. She's definitely a mean girl. You know what I mean? She's got a resting bitch face, I guess they call it. Yeah. So not really a fan, but Melissa Benoist was good for the TV show, but no, I wouldn't want her for a feature film. But I think they could have done better, but again, we'll see. I mean, that scene was so ridiculous, over the top, right? So it's not like it doesn't tell me if she can act, yeah. So we'll see. And I'll keep my mind open. No, see, that's the thing. I'm in Quebec, so Rogers is everywhere else in the country, but not Quebec. Yeah, they're Ontario based. So that one, Tom, I got to tell you, yeah, I really enjoyed her, even though they didn't use her enough, I found, right? But she was great for the little bit of time she was on Smallville. Yeah, I really liked her. She kind of fit the profile, but a little bit different in that she was, well, I'm assuming here, she always seemed like she had a very elongated torso, and she was very slim. She had long legs. She seemed slim and taller than you would expect in the comics. But yeah, she was cool. I liked her. And let's go. Michael Patrick Sullivan says, what's good, by the way? I don't think the Division is as much as the internet makes it seem like. Hey, man, I can only go by what I'm seeing when I'm looking at these YouTube reviews, I've seen a bunch, and it's just kind of surprised that you never see anybody. I so far have not seen anybody review it the way I did. It's really, like I said, everybody's either, oh, I love it, oh, it was great, or like I said, oh, that's the worst crap I've ever seen. Really? Kind of weird to me, Laura Vandervoort. Yeah, that's right. You know what? Interesting. Now that she's, coming out, now that I'm going to read this Woman of Tomorrow series, I can tell you, I've never saw that one, Marcus. I never saw it. Because I just figured it was going to be crap. And, for most people, I think they would agree that saw it, say it was pretty crap. But now, wow, what the heck, 40 whatever years later, I think I'm going to give that one a try now. I'm curious. Dix, I've heard about Supergirl story they are using is apparently one of the best runs, but you're giving me this. I know, I don't know if it's one of the best runs. I haven't heard that. But don't try to get my hopes up, man, because then you're gonna ruin it for me because expectations are gonna be too high, You're really looking forward to that Supergirl. Yeah, but Michael, did you read this Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow? Let me see, with maybe less yellowy colors. Just the way the camera works, I guess. Yeah, on a little bit of an angle. Yeah, did you read that? Let us know if you read that and what you thought of it. We can read that on his tablet. Which one? Tom King series is good. Oh, so you read the Supergirl series? The Tom King series, Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Tom, wow. You're surprising me, man. For a guy who's always bitching at me to show more art from Marvel, I'm kind of surprised you would read that. Lee says the series was great. She has feelings, and some of them include normal young adult misguidedness. Wow. Okay, I don't want to get, you guys are going to get my hopes up too much, and then I'm going to be disappointed. But I'm going to try to keep my expectations low, regardless of what you say. But I'm happy to hear that, though, Lee. I'm happy to hear that. So Rich said, yeah, I thought it was out of character for her at the end of the movie. Yeah, well, it was. I mean, even Gunn, the movie people obviously know it was, and was, yeah, exactly. So you and me were in the same boat. I wasn't familiar with it at all either. So there you go, right? Thank you, CJ, for the updates. We're down to 42. Obviously, it's going up and down. But that's still quite a lot of people who didn't hit the like. Please, everybody, if you're watching, if you tuned in and didn't hear me already ask, if you don't mind, I would really appreciate it. Just down here somewhere, you hit the thumbs up button. It's just encouragement, man. It just provides encouragement. There's no money involved. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you, of course, to all of you who've done it. And to the few of you Rewind viewers who ever bothered to do it, thank you as well. Oh, yeah. I really like the telemarketers. They keep me company. Mostly uses his burner phones. I don't even, like I said, we've talked about burner phones in the past because you guys suggested I get myself a burner phone for like if I ever travel like to a con or whatever. I still don't know that they have burner phones here. Like I never hear anybody here talk about burner phones ever. So it makes me wonder, Tom Kadzielawski, what's good? Good evening to you, man. Good to see you. Finally got rid of our landline after all the spam calls all day. Have a good show. All right. You already left 10 minutes ago. All right. Have a good one, Lee. Thank you. And have a great time at SDCC. There we go. Bye to him. Ruben the Bundler. And in the U.S., cable companies screw you with the bundle deals. Really? Okay. Hey, no, great to see you, Jesus. The hellos back and forth. Show your Rugrats Sunday with Jeff. Well, I've shown it to him. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. He makes an appearance with me. Like, of course I wasn't gonna not show that to him. Yeah, we had a private chat right after I unveiled it. I as soon as I could get him on camera, we had a private chat and I showed it to him, But yeah, I'll bring it to his house if he puts on the meeting this year, so we could see it in person. SDCC better, more distractions. There's just a lot for me. For me, it would be for sure better now. 20 years ago, that's not true, but now, yeah, because a lot more for me to see and look around. They all love the movie. Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that. I really am. I mean, it's not like I want to dislike the movie, I wish I could say I loved it, but I'd be lying if I said that. But yeah, great to hear that everybody loved it. That's cool. That's really good. Also has Mannix. Rules are written in French. Oh, here, yeah. What the heck, Quebec? Right on. Quebec is different. A more true statement has never been said. What do you know about that, TJ? They all share the same lines. Yeah, how far do you live from all the filming of these DC shows up there? Oh, the opposite side of the country in most cases, Tom. Most of the time it's in Vancouver, British Columbia. So that's the West Coast. So right up the West Coast, Route 66 and into Canada. And yeah, so California, Oregon, Washington, and then you're up in British Columbia, the city of Vancouver. But though there is a lot of movie filming done here in Montreal, but just, usually, random, non-superhero movies and stuff. I'm sure some shows probably film here as well. I don't know which ones. You need a mean girl for the story game. Okay. Only Lance. Lance is gonna let him go. You're gonna see at San Diego. Lance is gonna be walking Mannix on a chain, on a leash, on a chain leash. He's gonna be walking him around, just to let him out for the week. And lukewarm's reviews don't get engagement. So Michael, I know that might be true, but do you honestly think that the majority of YouTubers who have a kind of channel where they're going to review a movie, if they feel they were lukewarm about it, do you honestly feel that they will lie just so that they get better engagement by saying it was either really great or really crap? I mean, I'm sure some do, but on the whole, I think most reviewers are probably being truthful about what they felt about the movie. Yeah, you're probably talking about Rotten Tomatoes, maybe, right? I don't know. I'm telling you, YouTube. I'm telling you what I see on YouTube. I go by online on the 1 out of 10 scale. I do, as you know, I do IMDb. Let me know what IMDb currently says. I haven't checked even once so far since the movie came out. So try to do what Tom King does. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm more of a, I don't know. It's been okay, but like it's a bit weird for me, his writing. Tom, but so far, just based on the first issue of Women of Tomorrow, I gotta admit, this is the first thing I've read so far, even though it's only 20 whatever pages so far. But it's the first Tom King thing I've read out of, I guess, 3. I've read 2 things, and this is my 3rd. That so far, at least, things I'm sure will probably change. It seems like standard comic book writing. It doesn't have his very unique sort of way of writing, which I find hard to describe even, so I'm not going to get into it. But keep your expectations low. That series is written by Tom King. After all, thanks, man. Thanks. John Cogan, what's good? What's happening? The Southern Cali Kid. Nice of you to drop by, my friend. Good to see you. Man, do I have to beg you guys all the time? Shit. Just a reminder, everybody. Today is a live studio day. Anybody can jump in or out just by clicking the link down in the description below this video. I already got a headache from just talking nonstop, man. Somebody join me, please. I heard the series was perfect, and you're laughing. All right. What's up, Jewish Dragons, the man, another Cali Kid. What's good, Ian? Gonna read the Supergirl series this week based on everyone's opinion here. Good. I'm glad, JT. And let me know what happens, because after I read it, I'll let you guys know as well. We can all compare notes, And to know Supergirl being out of character, I think Supergirl has never had a consistent character to begin with. That's an interesting comment, Michael. Nice. Okay. I want to read the Supergirl series out of curiosity. Exactly, Rich. That's the thing. I wouldn't have really read this one, but with the people mentioning how it ties into her appearance in the movie, and maybe it explains the character. Yeah, curiosity, for sure. I think it's worthwhile. Why not? It's only 8 issues as well, so what the heck, And the art so far, I've really enjoyed it. Bilkis Ebeli. So that's pretty cool. Tom King's work, but I've not read Supergirl yet. We'll get to it soon. All right. Mike Aswell says, folks may want to use their cell phone hotspot to watch free TV. Figured that out and now pay $10 for a subscription instead of $130 a month. I wish I had the choice you guys did. Tom King, Supergirl, greater than Stephen King Running Man? I noticed what you did there, though, Ricks. There, I mean, with the question mark, you're trying to save yourself from getting slaughtered by everybody else in the chat room. I got a feeling that I don't know. I got a feeling you don't want to tell your true opinion. But then again, my feeling is you probably haven't read the Supergirl by Tom King. I don't know. Degrassi High, films in Quebec. Filmed past tense in Quebec. Did it? Because that was an Ontario-based production always. Doesn't mean they can't come into Quebec, you know, but that's interesting if that's true. I thought the movie was a B+. Okay, I don't know. How would you put it on a scale of 1 to 10, though, Ian? B+ kind of means different things to different people. So I'm just curious. 1 to 10. And you can use fractions. Like you can use tenths of a point if you want, you know? 7.1, 7.2, 7, you know, whatever. Hello, what's good? Wow, 4 minutes ago. Hopefully you're still here watching so you can see me say hello to you and finally acknowledge you. I'm behind and I'm finally catching up. Seoul, South Korea for Carl Choi. What's good, man? Good to see you. All the way from there. So cool for you of you to tune in. That's awesome. From Seoul. I think that's the first person who may have ever tuned in from Seoul. Of course, I guess there could be others who just never say anything. They just, you know, silently watch. It's possible. But the first person who's ever admitted it, you know? So yeah, majority of YouTubers that review movies will exaggerate. Oh, wow. You believe most of them will exaggerate just to get better engagement. Wow. I don't know. I could be convinced that you're right, Michael, man. You know, I don't want to believe that. But I mean, I certainly will agree that it's certainly very possible. YouTube grifters attract the hate vids. Definitely the YouTube grifters attract the hate vids. You may not cover all 4 weeks in a month, but for me, covers 3 weeks out of 4 before use all. Hey, man, you got to do whatever works, right? So, hey, if it's working for you, that's all that matters, right? So, getting your smokes while over there. Smokes? Carl doesn't smoke. Triple X, Carl. So, Yevgeny says, as I've said earlier today on my stream, the movie was fun. Mr. Terrific stole the show. So, a lot of people have said that. Let me get back to that. And Superman actor didn't have the range to play emotional scenes. Yeah, you were talking about that last week. And, you know, we were so busy talking about it that obviously I couldn't get to all of your comments. But I did highlight your comment, Yevgeny. Yeah, you know what I want to say about the Superman. I don't want to get into this because, again, we already kind of spent, 2.5 hours on it last week. But that was one of the things we didn't get a chance. Out of the 3 or 4 things about the movie, we never got a chance to touch upon. Now we've already kind of touched a little bit on Supergirl at least. But the one thing that really struck me, I guess it probably the thing that took away the most points for me, was the fact that, like, okay, so to me, the gold standard is still, you know, the original Christopher Reeve, okay? And what happens here, forget what he looks like. And I mentioned last week that, you know, I would have continued casting, you know, even if I saw this guy. You know, he's handsome enough, but to me, I don't see him and think, oh, Superman. He doesn't feel like and look like Superman to me. But whatever. But he's fine, right? I don't hate the guy, you know. But it's not that. I could deal with him. It's just, I think more than the actor, the casting choice, I think what really bothered me a lot was, and Tom, you mentioned this. You mentioned this last week. Like you, how did you put it? That he spent the first hour getting beat up, and that's not far from the truth. The way I would put it more specifically is, there never seemed to be that Christopher Reeve style, those Christopher Reeve style moments, the heroic moments, like the super moments, right? Like, where's the super in Superman? where he's got these great moments that make you want to like cheer, you know, because he's doing something like out of this world extraordinary. None of that stuff ever seemed to happen. And you're right, Tom. He just kept kind of getting smacked around, whether it was the dog and like, you know, wincing in pain. It's just like, I don't know. There was no real true big, you know, dun, da, 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 you know, moments that make you want to hear the John Williams music and that's Superman, you know. So I don't know. That was, I guess, the thing that kind of disappointed me most and why I took off the points that I did, you know. So that's it. That's how I feel about that. X-Files was indeed a Vancouver show. Yep, exactly. And what do you call it? I believe Supergirl and Smallville. Yeah. Titans, I have no idea. That one I don't know. And he's not there to show emotion. He's there to be pretty. Tom King's Human Target was pretty good. What's up, Mark? Good to see you. I've only read Vision by Tom King, which I liked a lot. Okay, well, that was yeah. So that was it. It was I read Vision first, and then I read the Mr. Miracle, and so this Supergirl would be my next thing. Human Target, and by the way, I will say Human Target. Oh, you thought it was great. Wow. I have some friends who also told me that they really, really liked Human Target. So I don't know. We'll see. Lots of Cali kids here, really. All right. Well, have a great time while you're there. I don't know how long you're staying, but have a great time. And that's your Stingray, like Human Target. Guy Gardner was a total douchebag in it. Well, it's Guy Gardner. That's who he is. He's a total douchebag all the time, isn't he? Brazil, is she? Okay. I got to tell you, thank you, by the way. I appreciate you correcting me because, well, for obvious reasons, because I always want to know the actual fact. Somebody, I don't know who it was. I wish I could remember. Somebody told me she was Spanish. But I'm not surprised they did because a lot of people I've noticed constantly confuse. A lot of people over the course of my life always think that the national language of Brazil is Spanish. They think it's a Spanish-speaking country because it's in Latin America. But thank you. I have to say, when somebody told me Spanish, I was like, man, the name is really not Spanish, you know? But I thought, okay, who knows? Whatever. I don't know what her background really, you know, like her parents, whatever. So who knows, right? But I appreciate that. Yeah, good to know. Let's see. Can you use 74? 74? Oh, sorry, man. I'm 6 minutes late to that, so I don't know if you're talking to me or to somebody else. More of a Marvel guy, but I enjoyed the Superman movie a lot. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that, Rich. That's cool, especially being more of a Marvel guy, you know? More than any other recent DC movies. Yeah, that wouldn't have been hard to do, though, you know? Thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. 7.5. That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid. So, yeah, that's good. Tom King books are more adult for sure. We'll enjoy it. All right, Mr. Terrific and Metamorpho were very well handled in the movie. Yeah, I thought they were good. I think when people say, by the way, let's just talk about that real quick if you guys want to. Again, don't want to spend much time on it, but just real quick. When a lot of people keep using that phrase, scene stealing, right? And I've heard a ton of people say that about Mr. Terrific and Crypto. Okay, I just want to say, and again, maybe this is getting into semantics. Okay, you guys can tell me what you think about that. But personally, I didn't think at all that anybody stole any scenes at all. See, to me, scene stealing is when, like, as an example, right? The two primary characters, let's say, are on screen, and you know they're talking to each other, doing whatever, and then there's like a background, you know, supporting character that's in the background of the shot, and maybe he's also trying to, you know, put his 2 cents in, or he's just doing things that are funny, that kind of takes your attention away from the two main people. That's how I have always defined scene stealing, right? I don't really sort of remember that. I just felt like the crypto scenes and the Mr. Terrific scenes that exist, I just feel that, you know, they were well done scenes for those characters because they were intended to be, you know, those characters were intended to be given those scenes, right? So I didn't find anything, you know, stealing about it, you know. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, but I wasn't big on crypto. I honestly, in 2025, I could stand to not have to use super powered dogs or animals or whatever. To me, it's just ridiculous. I know you can have a little fun with it, but whatever. Yeah. I would rather they don't use the animals. You know, like, I mean, what's next? Are they going to bring in the super horse and Bippo or whatever the name, the super cat? You know, yeah, I don't know. That's not for me. I'd rather not do that. So Nicholas Hoult pulled off the best acting. Yeah, Rick. Yeah, he was great. Yeah, I mentioned that last week, right? We talked about it. Yeah, he did a great job. Superman movie is my favorite superhero movie since Endgame. Again, not hard to accomplish, I guess, since, you know, the DC stuff for the most part has been really bad. And like everybody says, most people say, you know, the Marvel stuff in recent years has been kind of been weak, you know. Squirrel. 49 of you watching. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, please hit the like button somewhere down here. Thumbs up. I would appreciate that. I would be very appreciated. And anybody want to join me in the studio, hit the link in the description down below. Would appreciate it. You don't have to hang out for hours. You can come in and leave as you please. Let me see. I'll definitely check out the Supergirl books. Okay, good. I'm glad. And we'll compare notes, Rich. Red Laser Eyes. Yeah, what about them? Who had them? Hoping this will lead to more Mr. Terrific going forward. I just hope that they don't get carried away with the fan reaction, right? And like, oh yeah, let's put him in his own solo theatrical release. Because look, the bottom line is, he's not like super big time interesting as a character. I would like him to keep coming out more as a supporting character, you know, he's cool. Or a TV show, maybe, you know. So we'll see. But oh my God, first appearance. Hey, I know some of you like to collect first appearances. And oh my gosh, my friend from Chicago, Tom, not the Tom you guys are probably thinking. Kadzielawski.
Hey.
Woo! Hey, woo!
I'm a YouTuber. Look at this.
You're a YouTuber. Wow, that's awesome, man. Thank you. Thanks for dropping in.
You know, honestly, Ruben, I don't think you and I have ever spoken.
No. Well, not live. Not live. Yeah.
No, just via email or chat.
It's always email, social media, whatever. Yeah. So it's about time, man.
It really is. It really is. I think this is a new stage in our relationship now, Ruben. We've
moved to the next stage.
We have moved to the next stage. Yeah. I sometimes feel you're kind of like a brother from another mother, you know? I mean,
no, for sure. Likewise. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Are you going to hang out a little bit?
I can hang out a little bit. I mean, I'll be honest. I wasn't really expecting to join you, but I thought, what the hell? What have I got to lose? So
exactly. And like I always say, on these types of live studio shows, don't feel bad and like, oh, hang around later because you feel bad. Leave when you gotta leave, right? Like, honestly, yeah. Just hang out as long as you want or as short as you want, man. No problem, man.
I'll stay as long as my iPad survives. I'm on my iPad. I mean, hell, I'm on my iPad. I could stroll around my house. I could show you all my artwork hanging on the walls, and
there you go.
I have kind of a Mike Perkins gallery in my own house. I always say, got the.
They don't know that. They don't know that, Tom. They don't know that. Yeah, another fellow Mike Perkins fan here, so he's got some stuff on the walls there.
Sorry.
You guys might see it.
This stuff behind me is my son's artwork. So
I was gonna say your son is also collecting, or you're collecting for him.
I'm collecting his work. So someday this stuff might be more valuable than the stuff.
Those are the ones that he drew.
Yeah.
And colored.
Yeah.
They look pretty fun, man.
He modeled them after like puffy, like stuffed, little not stuffed animals, stuffed heroes. Yeah. Stuffies as he calls them. So yeah, they're kind of distorted, kind of round and puffy. But my living room is kind of like an art gallery for his stuff, and then upstairs and in my basement is where I've got my professional stuff. So one of these days, maybe I'll actually have maybe this is a stepping stone. Maybe one of these days I'll be an actual guest and I could show you some of the real artwork that I have. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm always happy to do more collector show and tells and stuff. So if you want to do one, I'm ready anytime.
All right. We'll have to.
I got as usual. I've got nothing planned for next week even. So
maybe we'll talk.
Yeah, talk to me if you want to.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I appreciate. Yeah. So look. I'm just saying I didn't feel it. Yes, I'm not saying he never tried saving people or whatever. I know he did. It just overall throughout the whole movie, I don't know. I just never felt like wow, like I don't know. Yeah, it just and again, maybe it's because and yeah, that scene, Carl, was fine, right? And it's like what Tom said. I just think the fact that he spent so much time getting beat on and grimacing and wincing in pain, that just kind of took away from the heroic stuff, right? Because it lasted so long. So I think that's what it is it overshadowed the fact that he did do some heroic stuff. That's how I feel. Tom, have you watched it, by the way?
I did. I went and saw it with my son, and I was really excited. It was the first superhero movie Well, first DC one. First DC.
Oh, okay.
I really enjoyed it, and so did he. I mean, there's things that I could pick at as well. I expected to go into this thing and have it change my life, and I wouldn't say it did. I enjoyed it. It was definitely a different than any other superhero or Superman movie, rather, that I've ever seen. Because you're right, he did get beat up, which you're not used to seeing. They definitely, lowered the power level a bit versus other Superman movies. But it had a lot of comedy that I enjoyed. I laughed a lot. It had some what I felt were heartfelt moments, talking to his dad and stuff like that I really enjoyed. So I got a kick out of it. I think I'll enjoy it more on a second viewing.
That's what a lot of people say. Somebody said that earlier, you might like it more the second time around. I mean, Rick said last week, he said, oh yeah, I gave it an 8.5. And when I asked him earlier, okay, what, because he went to see it with the family. And it's like, well, so what would you say you give it now? And he gave it an extra 1/4 of a point. So now he's at 8.75,
Yeah, nice.
It's possible. And like I said earlier before you came in, I think I intend to see it again, but I'm gonna wait until it's ready for home viewing, that kind of thing. And yeah, by that point, any hype is already died down. Few people are talking about it, and I prefer to watch movies that way, when there's nothing, no hype, whatever, and just okay, let me just see it and focus on it with less expectation, Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. But
I go see them. I try to see these movies opening day if at all possible, because I don't want to get spoiled, on Facebook or whatever. This one I went to a Sunday morning viewing with my son. It was like a 9:15 a.m. show, and I thought the theater would be relatively dead, and it wasn't packed. But the thing that took me out of this film had nothing to do with the movie itself. It's a 9 a.m. movie. I'm thinking it'll be pretty dead. 5 minutes before the movie started, a bunch of people sat right in front of us. which hey, they could sit wherever they want, But I was like, oh, okay. All these empty seats, you had to sit right in front of us. But then, like 10 minutes into the film, I think when the kaiju was fighting with Superman, this guy right in front of me pulls out his phone and starts recording the movie right in front of me.
Really?
Just recording it. And I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, hey, man, could you put that away? And he's like, excuse me? And I was whispering. I wasn't trying to be a dick. I said, could you put that away? I go, not only is it distracting, I go, that's illegal. He goes, what do you mean? I go, it's copyright infringement. Put your phone away. I thought that would like scare him and he put it away.
Yeah.
He leans into
me. He doubled down.
He doubled down and he said, sir, I can record up to 1 minute of this film. Please mind your own business. And I was like, okay, I don't know. Maybe this guy's a copyright lawyer.
Sorry. What was the line? I can record up to what?
He told me he can record up to 1 minute. Now I didn't Google like what's the law, the copyright law.
No.
But I was like, at this point, I'm just gonna sit back and try to enjoy this movie with my son. But that kind of took me out of it for a while until I could get back into enjoying it. So yeah, that guy was kind of, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't want to be a jerk. Normally I don't tap people on the shoulder, but I've never seen anyone pull out a phone and start recording a movie.
I know.
So anyway,
I know.
That's why I think on the second viewing, I will probably enjoy it more.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway.
Right. I totally get that. By the way, everybody, of course, because I'm a little bit behind. I'm getting to the comments of the hellos for you when I introduced you. So,
hey, everybody.
Rich Marcus calls you Kaz. He feels he already knows you, right? So it's like we're all friendly, right? You can be Kaz.
You can call me Kaz. When I was in high school, everyone called me Kaj. That was like my nickname. So yeah, you can call me Kaz.
Kaz. There you go.
I've always been impressed that Ruben pronounces my name like he's a legit, Chicago Polish guy. I mean, so kudos.
I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's my first Polish name I've ever heard. I figure, yeah. Hey, look, I still wasn't positive, right? But when I first said it out loud on the channel when you popped in, and I asked you, let me know if I said that right or not, right? And you said that's really good. Okay. I mean, I thought it would be right, but I was also prepared to know that maybe I was wrong.
No, yeah, you got it, man. You nailed it. So.
Oh, I'm happy. CJ also. Wow, a lot of hellos for you. CJ, Kavi, and yeah, Tom's loving the art on the walls.
Hey, thank you. I'll let my son know. Once I tell my son that I've officially on a YouTube video, oh my God, I think that's going to score me some serious dad points. So.
Really?
He's a big YouTuber. He's not home right now. He's with his mom.
Okay.
They're in Michigan.
So, what are they doing in Michigan?
My wife, I stutter with that. Soon to be ex-wife, unfortunately. But
sorry. Oh.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry you don't have to say nothing if you don't want to.
Yeah. I sometimes I don't really know how to answer these questions yet. But anyway, she's from Michigan. Her dad is.
Oh, she's from Michigan.
She's from Michigan, so they're visiting her dad and stuff, and having a little mom-son vacation. So it's all good.
Yeah. How long would the drive be for you guys to go back and forth?
Like 6 hours.
Oh wow! Okay, because I know the Midwest sometimes can be pretty close from one place to another, but it's the Midwest is huge, so it depends where you are, right?
Yeah, her dad lives like just outside of Detroit, but he's got a cabin up in the Upper Peninsula, so they're doing a thing. My son and I took a long road trip, though. We just got back from Florida. In fact, Ruben, you'll appreciate this. When we were driving through Georgia, and I saw a big sign about Georgia peaches, and I immediately thought of you because you were like, I would trade, a peach Momoko. I'd rather have 1,000 Georgia peaches than a peach Momoko commission. And I was like,
oh no! Now look what you did. Now you just woke up the sleeping Marcus.
Oh, sorry.
Now it's never gonna end. Oh my gosh. We'll see. Thankfully, I have the power here and I can skip it. But
yeah.
Let me try to catch up to everybody. San Diego report next week. Caesar. Yeah, listen, guys, if I do, gosh, if it ends up being another Hangout episode next week, I really wish somebody who went to San Diego would jump in and give us a report. That would be at least something for a few minutes. Would be good.
I've never been to San Diego Comic-Con.
Never been? Nah,
Never
I haven't been in 20 years, but it's always it's one of those things that save the squirrel. They mentioned it before, Mark. It's one of those things where, like, I always say, like, if you're a big comic fan, like a lifelong comic fan, I definitely recommend everybody should try it at least once in their lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how I put it. But
I'm fortunate that we've got C2E2 here in Chicago. I mean, it's pretty big, and so I go to that every year. But I need to branch out.
Well, Chicago. I mean, wow, that's a stretch for you, right?
I know. Right? I know.
Well, how are you right there where the convention is? Like, are you within an hour?
Oh, for sure. It's like a half hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live in Chicago proper. Like I'm on the northwest corner of the city. So yeah, I go to C2E2, and I don't need to get a hotel or anything. So.
Very well said, Tom. That's right. We all have opinions and how we feel about them, and that's it. We're all allowed to feel how we want and express those views. Exactly. And let me see what else. I think the FF movie. Oh boy, I wanted to avoid this. I really do kind of want to avoid this. The FF movie will take a lot of the hype away from Superman. Yeah, but I don't know, man. To me, that's looking like it's going to be. I don't know. One is Marvel, one is DC. I don't know. A lot of people, sure, there are some people that are, a Marvel fan, and they'll still, like Rich said earlier, like, I'll still go see a DC movie, and DC fans, who will still go and watch Marvel movies. But there are a lot who also will not go see the movies of the company that they're not really the big fans of, So I don't know what's going to happen with FF. I'm setting my expectations really low personally, and hopefully that way it's easy to beat the expectations. So those are fighting words.
You're really worried about the FF, Ruben?
Like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was far more worried about that than Superman.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've watched the trailers and it just doesn't work for you.
Yeah. So the very first time I saw a trailer, it was the first trailer they had released, right? Usually I try to avoid it, right?
Yeah.
But what happened is that the image that started the trailer, I thought it was a joke.
Okay.
I legitimately thought, oh, it's one of those either a joke or one of those student-made films that you see sometimes, and like you ever see a student-made film on YouTube and they're like really good for a no-budget student-made film.
Yeah, right.
Know? And so that's what I thought it was. I go, not even for a second did I doubt that. Oh yeah, it's a student-made film or maybe somebody's idea of a joke. So I play it, and it's while I'm watching, and then by the end of it, I was like, going through it, I was like, I didn't know that Pedro Pascal actor because I never saw Game of Thrones. Okay, so to me, they were all unknown people. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm like, yeah. So that feeds into the theory of, oh yeah, a student-made film. These are students and their friends, whatever. And I was like, I don't know how they do this without a budget. It's pretty good for that. But thank God this is not like mass-produced, Hollywood stuff, because wow, that would be horrible. And then when I finished, I was like, well, what channel is this on? And then I thought I was on somebody's random channel, and then I saw that the name was the movie studio name, and my jaw dropped. And I was like, is this really the actual movie channel? Because that was real? Like, that's what we're going to be seeing in the theater. Can that be real?
Well, I hope you've watched a trailer since then.
I have, but I'm telling you, it ain't improving much.
Okay. Because the only reason I say that, and again, this is like you and I on the same wavelength. The day the trailer was supposed to drop, I was so excited. And I was at work. And I made my coworkers gather around my computer. I'm like, the Fantastic Four trailer dropped. And I hit play on some YouTube link. And just like you said, what I watched was actually not the trailer. It was some fake trailer.
Oh.
And then the actual trailer dropped like the next day or something. So I was worried that what you saw really was a fake trailer, and then you just never bothered to watch anything after that. But I don't know. I'm excited about it. I think we're seeing
you're excited about it.
I'm excited. I mean, first of all, I'm an FF fan from way back. I love.
Well, so am I. So am I. So am I.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna just tell myself, oh yes, I can't wait, it looks great, if I don't think so.
I mean, seeing a proper Galactus makes me really excited. The big helmet. I'm really looking forward to that. Herbie the robot. I'm looking forward to this being more fun, more family friendly, so to speak. I like the retro 60s futuristic look. I think that's really cool.
Well, here, let me. Okay, since only because I was gonna let you talk about it and say your piece, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then I was gonna just let it go.
Okay.
But only because you mentioned that particular thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to say. So let me say something about that, and that's the fact that, so people, so when that first trailer had come out, right? I started reading people's thoughts on it, right? Yeah. The people that would, so there was a bunch of people that were saying, similar to like my views, right? And the people that would respond to them would say things like, oh, but you got to remember, it's set in the 60s. It takes place in the 60s. And I'm like, so hold on a second here. I got to make at least one point clear, okay? Yes. If it's set in the 60s, it does appear to be, mind you, with the multiverse, and who knows, they might be jumping in time throughout the movie. Who knows, right? But from what we've seen so far, it takes place in the 60s. Okay, fine. Here's the thing, though. Everybody that defends the look, right, and uses that as a reason for the look, because it takes place in the 60s. What everybody seems to be forgetting is that even in 1961, when the series started and the comic book came out, right? Yes, you were in 1961, but you were reading the adventures of these four characters, one of whom is an unmitigated genius, right? Who far beyond the intelligence of anybody in real life, in our world, right? Supposedly, to where he created this thing called unstable molecules, which allows the costumes to not burn up, to allow them to stretch, and blah, 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 blah. So even in 1961, yes, the art was more, I love Kirby, but like back then, the art was much more simplified than the more realistic styles they have today.
Sure.
But with your imagination, you were expected to understand that unstable molecules, that's why they can do the things they do, right? So, but now we're in, even in the comics of the last 30, certainly a lot better than they did back in 1961. You want to make it look high tech, like they're wearing some high tech stuff, right? And so that's the thing. It's like, if you look back at a group shot of the team from the 2000 and whatever, 5 or 4 movie, whatever it was, those blue costumes look pretty great. Even today, they look pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And if you go side-by-side comparison to these costumes, they're wearing, I don't know, Tom, if you've noticed, they're wearing sweaters.
Yeah.
They're wearing what appears to be thick winter sweaters, woolen sweaters.
Yeah.
It's like, you cannot say, and again, I don't know if it's actually wool, but they appear to they appear to look like it's, some kind of woolly like material, whatever.
Yeah.
Come on, Tom. What happened to the unstable molecules? It doesn't matter if it's the 1960s. The one thing that they should have remembered to make look like it's from 2025 or from 2125, really, are the costumes. Because it's a super genius that made them. It's not supposed to look like it's from 1960. It's, right, really advanced science and technology.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Come on, you gotta give me that.
I agree. And what I'm going to say, I hope isn't a spoiler, but I think it's common knowledge, and I hope I don't. But they're in another universe, so it's not just that it takes place in our past. They're in another dimension, another universe. They're not part of the standard,
I just recently heard that they're considered being part of this other universe. I don't know why, what the point of that is. It's kind of silly, whatever, but still, okay, continue your point.
I guess my point is, because it's not just a different time period, but it's a different universe, that it's okay for things to be a little bit different or odd or awkward because it doesn't take place in our universe. I guess I'm just suspending the disbelief, and I'm going to just sort of, go into it. I can't help but have high expectations because I have high expectations for every superhero movie. That's just what I do.
So at least, okay. Let's be honest. If we're going to be honest with each other, then I feel like, and thank you, because I appreciate you admitting that. You see, because I was thinking about it last week when we did the show, and I so badly wanted to say something, but I figured it'd be everybody here, like Marcus and everybody else who gave it like an 8.5 and or higher, whatever. I figured they're gonna get all pissed off and offended, so I didn't say shit, right?
Yeah.
But I then, after that show, I was on CAF, and I left my friend Paul P a comment on a piece of art that he posted, right? And in his response, he admits, and he didn't have to because I know him very well. So I already know the type of guy he is.
Yeah.
But he's basically like you, to where, like, anytime a movie comes out, I don't have to ask Paul what he thought of it. I know for a fact he's going to say, "Oh, it was so much fun. Oh, I loved it," or something to that effect. I just know because he's one of these guys, and there are plenty of people like that, where you just so badly want your comic book heroes to be a success, in that other, in that format of live action, right? That I think some people are willing to, in other words, they judge it. They judge their superhero movies far less harshly than any other kind of movie, just because they're just thrilled to see their heroes on screen, moving, talking, fighting, whatever.
Yeah.
And he admitted in that comment that that's who he was. He was like, "Yeah, I'm probably always going to say I love it." And I'm like,
yeah,
you're not the only one. But a lot of people will not admit that. A lot of people think that they always say, "Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I liked it." And they seem to always like it, no matter what everybody else thinks, or what the masses say.
Sure.
And it's like, but they can't. They can't admit that maybe you have you're predisposed to just wanting so badly to feel like, yes, it's going to be great. So therefore, you'll say it's really good no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Hey, I guess I'm guilty. Count me with your friend, because I rarely have really scathing reviews of superhero movies. There's some that I like better than others, but there's very few that I would say are garbage. So yeah, I'm guilty of that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, it's good to mention. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with mentioning it, right? It's not wrong with mentioning. It's just, if you're that kind of person, that's okay. Good for you. You have more of that eternal. The young boy inside the man is still much more still within you than maybe with me.
No.
But no, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just what bugs me is when I see it in certain people, and then when I kind of call them on it, like on some friends, and they get offended, like, "No, what do you mean? No, I don't love everything." And it's like, well, kind of, you almost pretty much do, like, and it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they don't even realize that, I don't know. But look, having said that, what we said about FF, I really wish that it blows my mind, just like Superman. I wish it blew my mind, right?
Yeah.
I don't want any comic book movie to fail. I wish they would all be great, and I could say, oh my God, they're all fantastic. Watch them all, people. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm also not going to lie about what I actually felt after I see them. You know, and yeah, I read that too the other day, Rich. Yeah, he was supposed to be the Red Ghost, Malkovich. That would have been pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't read that he got cut because I thought he was going to be the Red Ghost too.
Oh, you knew about it?
Yeah.
They Gunn or somebody said that they cut his scenes.
Oh, I didn't know they cut his scenes. Well, all right, there you go. Well, I plan on seeing it Thursday night, Ruben, one way or another. So maybe I'll shoot you an email Friday, and I'll be like, "Hey,
is that this Thursday it opens?"
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Marcus thinks that I just watched the FF trailer made for Quebec.
That could be. Yeah.
I don't know. But I will say, and I said this last week, I think I mentioned it last week or the week before, kind of what I said about the Supergirl. Although the Supergirl actress is probably the best of the lot, but these Fantastic Four actors, I know it's mean, but they look ugly.
I mean, I'll give
especially Sue and Johnny.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, I swear to God, I'm not even trying to be mean. Like, when I say it looks like they didn't do a casting call and they picked the first blonde woman and man from the outside the studio lot. Okay, you guys want to be in the movie? Great.
Well, I think
I don't get it.
Well, Vanessa Kirby, her last name gave her an in.
Oh, is that her name?
Yeah, Vanessa Kirby.
Oh, really?
If your last name's Kirby, you're in. The only thing I know her from other than this is she was in the latest Mission Impossible movies. I don't know if you watch Mission Impossible movies, but
I don't. That's Tom Cruise? Tom Cruise?
Cruise.
No, I'm out on Tom Cruise.
Because she was in the last two, I think, Mission Impossible movies as like a villain. Vanessa Kirby. Yeah. Sue Storm. And I think she looked pretty good in those, and I thought she did a good job.
It's funny. I've never even seen this woman until I saw that trailer.
Yeah. So she's done Mission Impossible. That's the only thing I know her from. I'm sure she's done other things. Pedro Pascal, I'm not like a super Pedro Pascal fan. I only know him from The Mandalorian. Yeah, we have the same glasses. We're practically the same age. You're like, what, a month older than me? Because
I'll turn 55 in a couple months.
Yeah, I'll turn 50. No, you're a week older than me. Yeah, because I'll turn 55 in September.
Oh, in September. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think we're like a week apart.
Yeah.
We got the
I don't
same.
want to say it loud. Yeah, I don't want to say it loud. Some people might send me gifts and shit, and I don't like that. Yeah.
Sorry. They could send me gifts.
But if anybody wants it, I'll pop in Tom's address here in the chat.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. Send it to Chicago. The Tom from Chicago. So Pedro Pascal, I know him from The Mandalorian, which you never read.
Right, I forgot. Yeah, I didn't watch his face, but I forgot he was that as well. Yeah.
And then he was Maxwell Lord, the bad guy from Wonder Woman 2, Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh, I didn't see that. I saw the first Wonder Woman, but I didn't want to see the second because I heard it was so bad that I was like, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't great. See, I could say things.
The second. So have there been 2 or 3 Wonder Womans?
2. There's been
2. So the second one was that 1984 colorful weird thing, whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And Pedro Pascal was the villain, Maxwell Lord. So I know him from a couple things. I did not watch that HBO show that everybody loves, the end of the world or whatever it's called, or the Last of Us. I haven't watched Last of Us.
Oh, me neither. But these guys here in the chat, a lot of these guys were like, "Well, that was airing." Every Sunday night, they'd be like, "Oh, okay, I gotta watch The Last of Us."
Yeah, I never got into it, mostly because I heard it was based on a video game, and for whatever reason, I think that kind of turned me off a little bit. But that's just my weird quirk. I'd rather have a video game based on a movie than a movie based on a video game. But I don't know. Yeah, and I don't really know Johnny Storm. Everyone's saying he's from Stranger Things, which I watched the first couple.
He
of
is.
That's
I saw the first 2 seasons. Maybe he came in after that.
I'm with you. I watched, I think, 2 seasons, and I don't really recognize this
I
guy.
don't recognize the guy. Yeah. And by the way, Marcus, I did see the Jetsons. His boy Elroy.
Mm-hmm. I know the Fantastic Four has sort of a Jetsons vibe to it. I don't know, man. I'm excited for it. We can.
You know what? You know what though? Like that's not really a ringing endorsement to say that it's got a Jetsons vibe. You know, because
the aesthetic.
Like if you're saying that, what that's telling me is that you're expecting and you would be okay with a jokey, humorous style Fantastic Four movie. Because I mean that's a fun kids cartoon.
Let me retract that. I think what I meant was that retro, neo retro, whatever word I'm looking for.
I didn't mean that towards you, though, Tom. I didn't mean that towards you. I mean, these guys in the chat, a couple of guys are bringing up the Jetsons comparison. So, right? So it's kind of, that's why I'm saying it's like, well, yeah, I like the Jetsons, but Fantastic Four shouldn't be like the Jetsons, you know?
I guess just the vision.
I mean, if you're talking about, I think they're referring to when I was talking about the technology, whatever, 1960s, blah, 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 whatever. But what I said stands, though. What I said stands. Marcus, I can absolutely suspend disbelief. Absolutely can. But for something like that, that's like, come on, man. Come on. This is 2025. This is not like the 70s and 80s where Hollywood had no idea how to make good-looking superhero costumes, right? And it looked all really idiotic. I can suspend, but there's no excuse in this day and age for having bad-looking costumes. And yet, every couple of movies come out, there's always some costume that looks laughably bad, and you're like, oh God, here we go again, you know? Or the wigs that they give some of the characters, you're like, oh God, how hard is it to get a proper-looking wig? You know, whatever, you know. But
well, I don't know. Maybe it's cold in their universe, and that's why they have to wear the wool sweaters. You know, I don't know. I don't know. We'll find out.
It hasn't been mentioned, right? Why they decided to say that this is not the real FF?
I think some of the theories I've heard, and this is just things I've heard or read, you know, where were they when the Avengers were fighting Thanos? You know, how could you sort of explain that kind of stuff away?
Oh, right.
You know, like if they exist,
that would make sense. That would be the only thing that actually makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You know, okay. So yes, a reason to explain why they were never around in the rest of the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
However, I also feel like if you just don't mention it, you could get away with it. You know, I mean, as long as you're not like, as long as the FF movie doesn't have like a bunch of Avengers characters guest starring, right?
Right.
If it's just the FF and whatever villain, right? Yeah. If you don't mention anything, you'd get away with it. It'd be fine.
Yeah, you can get away with anything, but I think they're trying to put a little bit of logic behind it.
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense. B&G, Steve, what's good, man? The other universe theorem has power because the laws of physics may then be different, thereby allowing for superheroes, villains, powers, happenings, etc. Well, we'll see what's going to happen. We'll see what they're going to plan on showing us, obviously. But the fact that it's a different Earth, that means everybody in the movie will be from a different Earth. It's not the real Galactus. It's not the real, obviously, Silver Surfer. You know what I mean, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, obviously, the Silver Surfer is not Norrin Rad, so you know it's different. As far as not the real Galactus, that's a head scratcher because I know Galactus he kind of is the survivor of every universe at its end. You know, that's what Jimi Hendrix is president.
He eats worlds, so ergo you feel like he might be the same guy bouncing from universe to universe or something.
Well, yeah. Because his universe ended. I mean, if I remember the Galactus, you know, what was his name? What's his real name before he became Galactus?
I don't know. Did he have a name? What was his
name?
Yeah.
I know. Gal. It was a silly Kirby somebody will tell me and I'll feel like an idiot. It's because I know it. Ugh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Gallon. Somebody will tell me. But anyway, he put himself in some sort of machine because his universe was going to be destroyed, and then he kind of came into this universe. Oh God! Somebody Google
it. I mean, if like they certainly never seem to ever, like in comics, they never, like, out of all the appearances he's made over the decades, it's funny, they never sort of, you know how they like to do exposition and, you know, sort of repeat all the time for in case there's a new reader, you know, and they'll tell you the person's real name. But for Galactus,
no, Gallon.
I don't know that I remember ever seeing a comic
Gallon of Ta. Yeah, Galactus's real name is Gallon, Galan. He was originally a mortal explorer from the planet Ta. Gallon from Ta.
Oh, so no last name, just Gallon.
Gallon, yeah, from the planet Ta in a universe that existed before the current one. So yeah, like Galactus, he goes, like, when a universe ends, he continues. You know, there was a really cool comic. I don't know if anybody in chat has read it. It was the history of the Marvel Universe. It was written by Mark Waid, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years ago. And it was such a cool story because it was really just, you know, chronicling the history of the Marvel Universe, but it was presented in a story form. So Galactus and Franklin Richards were telling the history of the Marvel Universe. And sort of at the end of the story, the only two people left in our universe before it exploded or whatever was Franklin Richards and Galactus. And so they were going to move in sort of to the next phase, the next whatever Marvel Universe. So yeah, Galactus is, like, I don't want to say immortal, but kind of, you know, he sort of survives.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's weird. I mean, I don't know that he's immortal. Who knows, right? I don't dig that deep into the, you know, nuance of these characters, but certainly it almost feels that, I don't know, you could kind of say, like, he's not really, like, maybe, first of all, he came from this, so he's not human because he came from another planet, right?
Correct.
Right, and we don't really know, you know, what kind of lifespan those people have. And then, you know, he gets transformed into this being, and he eats planets to survive. So who's to say, you know, as long as he keeps eating planets, does that make him indefinitely, you know, go on forever? Like, who knows, right?
Yeah, who knows?
It's possible.
I just want your disbelief. Anything can happen.
Yeah. I want to take this, Marcus, because you said that it's so weird that people can't. He's taking a shot at me here. That people can't be okay if you enjoy something. I never made fun of you liking that Vatos movie. He's talking about Blood In and Blood Out. Blood In, Blood Out. Okay, a great straight to video movie. Okay. And you're putting words in my mouth. I never said I'm not okay with you enjoying Superman or anybody enjoying Superman. So I don't know what you're getting at here. Never do I have a problem with anybody enjoying something else. But this is a discussion show. So if we're talking about a topic that you liked and I didn't, you're going to tell me you liked it. I'm going to tell you I didn't. And if I told you I read or I watched something that I really liked and you say, what? That was crap. I'm not going to have a problem with you. So you're making this kind of assumption that it's not true there, Marcus. Very unfair comment there. Wonder what the other multiverse Ruben is saying at this moment. The FF being in another dimension explains why they have. Right. Yeah. Thank you, Rich. I'm just trying to catch up again. What's a Vatos movie? Vatos Locos Forever, ese? It's a Mexican, yeah, exactly. A Mexican gang movie. It takes place in the 50s, but yeah, it came out in the 1993. Yeah, exactly. Blood In, Blood Out. Thank you. They need a Galactus versus Celestial scene. Yeah, anything like that, Maki, would be awesome. Anything related to those Celestials or any of those giant sort of outer space characters would be pretty cool.
I love that stuff. I mean, The Eternals was not a popular movie.
I didn't even watch it.
You never watched it. See, now it's so fun. I
had a feeling like even in comics, I like to see those characters visually for the visuals.
Yeah.
But I hated stories that had to do with them. I found them, this made stories boring to me.
Yeah, I
I
never
like looking
really.
at them, but not reading them, you know? So
Yeah, I never.
well, I
Really,
figured if I never like reading them, how am I possibly, you know, Eternals? I never enjoyed Eternals characters, so I was like, why would I want to see a movie about them, you know?
because the Celestials, you get to see the Celestials. I mean, I love science fiction in general. I'm a big Star Wars, Star Trek fan, and you know, seeing the cosmic side of the Marvel universe, I think that's why I'm excited about Fantastic Four as well. You know, they're space explorers, they're scientists, whatever, Imaginauts, as Mark Waid put it once. I'm excited about this movie.
Keep talking.
And the Eternals for me was cool because we never got to see characters like those before. You know, we never got to see space gods on the silver screen before. So I was really excited to see them, and I was kind of bummed that the Eternals wasn't more well received because I want to see more of the Celestials.
But you're aware it got, for the most part, the masses really disliked it, right? Like, yeah, I don't know what, I don't know what the average and score is, but I heard it was pretty bad. Yeah.
No, I know it didn't do well, but
you're saying you enjoyed it?
I watched it probably 3 times. Once at the theater.
Wow.
But when it came out on Disney Plus, I watched it again, you know, just to give it a second viewing, and then I think I watched it with my son. So I've seen it at least 3 times.
Okay.
And I mean, you know, they try, like any Marvel movie, they tee up things to come, but then you don't always get that. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't want to. I mean, spoilers at the end of Eternals, they tee up. Can I say? I don't know. They tee up a certain vampire hunter, you know, and I'm like, oh, are we ever gonna see that? You know, and they tee up the Ebony Blade, and I'm like, are we gonna get the Black Knight? But if maybe we never will, you know, or maybe in Secret Wars they'll tie everything together, you know, and tie up all the loose ends. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, man. No, it's good. And like I say, that it's what I was saying to Marcus before, right? Like absolutely. You know, it's like when you read comics or whether you read, you know, you watch movies, you know, everybody's gonna have different tastes for different things, and you have different types of expectations for different parts of movie making, and you know, than the other people do. Some people have more, some people have less, whatever. And I never have an issue. Like, again, is it okay to reveal surprise when you, let's say, liked something, and then your friend tells you they hated it, right? Like is it really bad to be like, what?
Oh.
Right? You're surprised, so you're expressing because you're surprised. That's all it is, right?
Yeah. No, you can like or hate whatever you want, but I mean, I think, you know, what I've come to realize, maybe as I've gotten older, you know, is not every movie is made for me or for you. You know, like what bugs me is when people say, "Oh, this Superman movie is so childish" or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, but it's okay because, you know, maybe people want to take their kids to see it, and not everything has to be super mature and super deep, you know. So plus, Ruben, you and I, Ruben, I mean, we grew up watching, I'm assuming you watched the same stupid stuff I watched when I was a kid, Spider-Man, who would like do this and then a rope would come out of his wrist. And, you know, like I joke whenever I, like, you know, I'll show like a clip of that on YouTube or something to my son. I'm like, this is what I had to watch when I was your age. I mean, the stuff you've got today is light years ahead of what we had to endure. So I'm easily impressed, I guess, because I remember what I watched as a kid. So, you know.
Yeah. No, I totally, for sure. Yeah, it's all perception, and again, taste, right? Right. And everybody has difference, you know. He likes to bust my balls, Marcus. I get it, you know. Never did I say I was a wig expert, but I can certainly point out a pretty awful looking one. Do you want me to do it? Storm, the X-Men movie. Some of them are so bad I've like forced myself to forget, you know. But the other one, the Black Widow, where she suddenly appeared with the curly hair, and every strand of curly hair just separated from itself. It just, every time she moved her head, each strand swung around on its own. Like, it was so Awful. But yeah, people have bad wigs. What can I say? You know,
Guy Gardner, you know.
Oh, the Guy Gardner, right? It's funny because you would think that's easy, right?
Yeah.
Shave the sides, keep the top long like a bull, done. But they kept the sides long as well, so that the top long part flopped over on top of the already long sides, and that's the difference maker right there. If you just shave the sides and around, then it's really authentic to the comic, and it's got kind of like, it's got that nerdy top part, right? Half of it's nerdy, but the whole shaving thing makes it look like, well, that half of it is kind of modern looking, right? It's not that nerdy. So it looks kind of awful, but
I used to
for the most part, I enjoyed his performance though.
Oh yeah. Guy Gardner?
Guy Gardner, yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny. One of the reasons my son liked that movie is because my son binges the craziest stuff, and he's been binging The Rookie. Have you ever watched The Rookie?
The Rookie. Which one was that one? Who was in that one?
It's a TV show. The Guy Gardner.
The Rookie. Oh yeah, right. Yes, The Rookie. No, I didn't see that.
I never watched The Rookie either, but apparently some kid at school watches it, so my son had to watch it, and he's been binging like 6 seasons of The Rookie. So when I told him, hey, we're going to see Superman, The Rookie's in it, he got a kick out of that.
Give me a sec. Hold the thought. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I'll forget. I just want to say hello to James Bunt, a new chatter in the chat. First time I remember seeing James Bunt, unless I've forgotten, and if I do, I so extremely apologize, James. But hello, good to see you. And look what he says. He says, I think setting the FF in the 60s undermines Stark as being the world's smartest man in the 2000s. Don't you mean?
If it were in our universe.
Don't you mean if it was in our universe and you set it in today's world, then he'd be undermining Stark because you'd have 2 geniuses? Isn't that what you mean? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm getting that, James. But if you're still there, maybe clarify that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll keep trying to catch up to these comments. Go with your thought.
It's fine. The wig thing though. I used to just think every movie star grew out their hair, and if I'm seeing a movie, that's their hair. And it wasn't until I don't want to say recently, I'm not that naive, but at some point I'm like, oh, that's not the real hair. So now I'm wondering if David Corenswet, Superman, is that his real hair? Because in all the interviews he's doing now on TV, he's got like a buzz cut. And I'm like, because I've seen.
Yeah, but that's I would say my guess on that would be his next project he's working on probably requires a buzz cut, but not necessarily, right? But sometimes that happens.
Maybe. Yeah. But I was like, oh my God, was he wearing a wig in Superman? Is that that would throw my whole now I hate that movie. That movie sucks. Yeah. He wore a wig? No way. Gal Gadot. What about Gal Gadot? Harold Galactus.
When you were talking about the Galactus names.
Galactus.
Names for Galactus.
Gallon.
Not Leader Galactus.
Gallon. Right.
Good one. Tough acting Galactus.
Nice. Yeah.
History of the Marvel U was great. What do you mean?
Yeah, it was. Thanks, Stingray.
History of the Marvel U?
That was that comic book series I was talking about that Mark Waid wrote, where Galactus and Franklin Richards were telling the story. Yeah, it was a really cool series. In fact, for the DC fans, Mark Waid is now doing the new history of the DC universe. Same type of thing. Yeah, issue 2 just came out last week. I haven't started reading it yet. Gallon, a famous Roman mid-scientist. Gallon.
Chiva Buckle, don't ever have his original. Well, we'll see. The thing about Galactus, though, I wanted to mention is like the first time I saw they revealed a little bit of him, I was like, okay. I mean, and the second thought was, well, at least it's not a cloud, right? Like anything's better than a cloud again, right?
Yeah.
So whatever.
Yeah.
But then I started getting a little nervous because as I've seen a few more trailers, I don't know if you guys have noticed, whenever he's in the trailer, they seem to purposely not want to reveal him in all his glory. Like they're giving up these close-ups of like the head from the side. So you start turning and the camera's like, okay, now seeing a little bit of his mouth, it's like when that happens, especially with superhero movies, right? When there's a particular cool character you're waiting to see, and all the previews look like they're hiding, like trying to keep from showing the character in full view.
Mhm.
Usually it's because they know they screwed it up. The fans are not going to be happy, and they don't want to reveal how bad it actually looks when they reveal the whole thing.
No,
Yeah, that happens, man. I'm
No,
scared. I'm a little scared. It
I'm
looks
not-
good so far.
Yeah.
It looks good so far. But then if you want to attract the audience, right? It's all about advertising. Wouldn't you want to see, like, remember the Thor movie when I forget the Marcus, help me out.
the God, Gore the God Butcher.
The one where that big tall robot with the blasting Cyclops.
Yeah. The Destroyer.
Yeah, Destroyer.
Yeah.
Right. It's like you forgot the point I was going to make, because the Destroyer looked good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. It looked great. It looked great.
Yeah.
So the point was that in the trailers you would see scenes of Destroyer, like destroying. Right?
Yeah, as one does.
It might even have been like a quick cut for 2 seconds, but you see him with the Cyclops eyes blast, a couple of blasts in the city, and that looks awesome. That's making me go, oh, I gotta see that for sure, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's what looks like a comic book scene right out of a comic book, right? So realistic looking too. So that's it. So I'm just like, and yes, I'm fully aware Galactus is not a character who really moves around and he fights and stuff physically. I get that, right? But would it really be that awful if it looks good? So why not have a shot of him where the camera is like panning from like foot to head, like right? Maybe a character on the street going like this.
But don't you want to have?
Holy shit! You know what I mean?
Yeah, but don't you want to have some big reveal in the movie?
I don't know. I'd rather know that it looks great.
Nah, because I wish they would have just stopped when they showed his feet walking across. You know, remember that trailer, in the first trailer where you just see his boots? I was like, oh my God, Galactus is coming. And so I don't want to see anymore. First of all, I will watch any trailer that is put in front of me because I figure, well, they want me to see it. So I'll watch it. Yeah, but I wish I wasn't that way because I don't want to get spoiled. Like, I already feel like they've shown us too much in the trailers, you know? I mean...
Tony! Sorry.
No.
Tony, if you're still there, sorry.
Hey, Tony. I like that symbol.
You know...
I don't want to see, like, I feel like, you know, save some stuff. You know, I don't want to see Galactus in all his glory until I get to the movie theater.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, Tom. Okay, but come on. You can't honestly tell me that you feel the same way about the heroes, right? You would still want to see all the heroes in their full outfit because you want to see how do they look. Do they look good or do they look crappy?
I mean, obviously the main characters, but, you know, take, for example... And I don't want to go too far back in time, but Captain America, the latest Captain America, the Brave New World, I really kind of wish they didn't show us Red Hulk in the TV commercials, because I think that would have been, while I'm sitting at the theater, to go like, oh my God, Red Hulk, like that would have been awesome. So I don't want them to show me everything. I want to have something like an oh my gosh moment in the theater, and a reveal of a character like that, like Galactus, could be that moment. I think we're going to see more. I mean, I think there's going to be a big post-credit scene, you know, because
sure, yeah.
But no, I don't.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want to see too much. But see, again, you're talking to the guy. I would go see this movie without a trailer, you know. So I mean, because here I am. Yeah. So yeah, my expectations are high, but yeah, I don't want too much to be spoiled.
No,
like they already showed me the thing with a freaking rock beard, which I think is hilarious. Which they could have saved that, you know.
Yeah, listen, whatever. Ultimately, it's coming out in a few days. We'll know soon enough, right? So,
movie will be emotional.
Tom says that it's going to be emotional for sure. I don't know what he means by that, but I'm hearing good things. Really stoked to see it opening night. Okay. Why do you think it's going to be emotional for sure? That's a very interesting comment I've never heard anybody make. What are you talking about, Tom?
I mean, this Tom has his own thoughts. I think it's going to be emotional too, Tom.
Oh, I think emotional in the sense that, you know, one of his all-time favorite comic characters. Oh, finally coming, maybe a good one on the big screen. I don't know. Is that what you mean, Tom? Let us know.
I mean, I think it'll be emotional for me just because, and I know you're talking to the other Tom, but you know, it's like they're having a baby.
Hey, Chuck.
You know, you know, I mean, if you're a dad,
you know what though, Tom? I saw that. I saw that, and to be honest, it didn't bother me. I was like, oh, okay. What's it? Franklin? Okay, they're gonna bring Franklin, I guess. Okay, whatever. Like, I don't know. Like,
no, it didn't bother me. It made me excited.
Yeah. I'm saying it because after I saw that, once again, I read some online, you know, comments.
Oh, okay.
And people are, oh, what do you got to do? Why are they distracting with the baby or whatever? And it's like, well, you don't know how much of a distraction it's going to be quite yet. It's not right. It's not like she's going to give birth in the first 5 minutes, and then every time they're on an adventure, we know that she's going to be carrying and cradling him or whatever. Like, we'll see what happens. You know, maybe they leave him with Agatha Harkness.
Maybe I didn't even think about that, but maybe. I mean, I think it's going to be great. I really, whatever. I should stop talking, but I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward.
Yeah, look forward to it, man, and be sure to come back next week and tell us your very honest opinion about how much you loved it.
Okay, yeah, right.
Because that's what I'll be waiting for.
It'll be a surprise. All Dr. Doom needs to defeat if I put the loose thread on your side.
That's funny. Here it's cold in space, so sweaters make sense. Nice.
There you go. See.
Eternals. Yeah, some people talked about Eternals making wrong choices. And good evening, by the way, Chuck. I think setting FF in this retro mid-century modern aesthetic, but every ad just has them hugging and eating dinner and talking about family. We'll see. I'm sure it'll be fine. I can tell Chuck is nervous. You know.
Hey, it works for the Fast and Furious movies, right, Chuck? You know. It's all about family, you know. Now let's sit down, have a Corona, and eat some corn on the cob, you know.
Oh, and by the way, bootlegging. I'm thinking of it as because there's scenes that go back and at a certain point or whatever to the 50s, I guess, to the parents when they were first growing up, whatever, blah blah blah. Anyways, but whatever. Yeah, it's still a great movie. And Newell, I think it was you who said, whoever it was that said that the straight to video and quality, you know, whatever, don't go together. You're right. I'm the first person to tell you that, and yet, great movie. It's an exception to the rule. 3 hours long, by the way. Typically, back in those days, especially if it went straight to video, you're looking at like 86 minutes, 88 minutes. They keep cutting the thing because they think it's terrible. 3 hours, man, really good. I mean, if you're into like gang type movies or whatever, you know, the Hispanic gangs, whatever, in the South, Southern LA or whatever, yeah, you'll enjoy that.
Your show is often longer than 3 hours, Ruben, and they're really good.
What's that?
Your shows often go longer than 3 hours, and they're really good. Yeah,
thank you. I appreciate it. Let me see. So, okay. So Marcus is correcting. We're okay that you don't like it, but the more you talk, the more it shows you didn't understand what you were watching. Whatever. Ruben the Fashionista, like the Supergirl criticism you needed explained to you by Mickey. Well, I'll have you know, Marcus, that I spoke to a few other people who said the same thing I did. They were like, "Yeah, I don't know, she was acting funny." They didn't know until somebody else told them that she was apparently drunk. So, you know, I mean, she didn't even say much. She didn't have much to say or whatever. It was just weird. I don't know. It was just weird.
Well, they did say in the movie that she goes to planets with red suns so that she could get drunk. Anyway.
Yeah, whatever.
I guess I got to watch Firefly, according to one.
Yeah. The metamorpho thing. That was a here, but you should know me better than that now, Marcus. My attention span, as soon as I see things that I don't like in these comic book movies, I told you, I'm the first to admit it. I don't have any reason to deny it. I start tuning out, like immediately. So when, I've made it very clear many times, I've never been a fan of multiverses, different universes, blah, 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 different versions of the same character, okay? So the second that whole pocket universe came into the movie, I tuned out, which doesn't mean that I'm looking over there or going to sleep. I'm still watching, but my mind, I allow it to wander, and I start thinking of, okay, what else do I got to do later when I get home? Or, So I start paying less attention. So I'm not paying as close attention because I don't like pocket universe, what's happening. So I tune out. And that's why, since I'm not paying close attention, the timing of the metamorpho crying, I was off, right, by 30 to 60 seconds as to why he was crying. So that's why. It's just my attention, just, because I wasn't enjoying the whole, that whole dark pocket thing or whatever. Yeah.
The Rookie's a great show. Yeah, I'll let my son know that you agree with him. He loves it too.
I've been watching on my iPhone and I won't be able to comment. So chat next week. That doesn't make grammatical sense. What does it mean? Watching my iPhone and I won't be able to comment. So chat in the chat next week. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, next week. Yeah.
Superman 28. He wore wigs as well. There's something weird about that Superman looking hair, whatever. Yeah. But again, it kind of fit for that time. It kind of fit for the 70s, Commando reboot. Did they really need to do that? What if Galactus was really Gallagher and he just hit worlds with a sledge-o-matic? That would be fun. What's up, Scott?
Yeah.
Do you like... I haven't started yet. I started one comic book, Stanley, but my hopes are high. I must tell you, my hopes are high, and I'm shocked that this thing hasn't turned off yet. I'm still on the Supergirl screen I was on before. Yeah. But I have high hopes. Once I got used to using, setting it up, I've got high hopes, so I'm looking forward to it. That popcorn bucket for the Fantastic Four. You're gonna spend $80 on that, Tom?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It looks cool, but I'm not. And there's a Herbie one too. No, I don't get the popcorn buckets. That's not my thing.
Yeah.
But
when I saw it, I thought, oh, that looks pretty cool. And no joke, I said to myself, well, they probably charge what, $10 or $12 for large popcorns in theaters these days. Oh, that thing probably costs $20 just on its own. And then I saw Tom, #1 Marvel fan, on his Facebook page. He posted a picture of it, and he said it was $80. I was like, $80?
Yeah.
A plastic holder? Like, wow.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
To be fair, I think it lights up. but no,
what?
I think its eyes light up or something.
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. I didn't notice that. Okay.
Not that makes it worth.
Not that makes it worth $80, but yeah.
But no, I'm not a popcorn bucket collector. Godzilla with new shoes, Galactus. Hate the truth.
Let's see, full frontal before he sold on Galactus. No, but one of the images I saw of him, correct me if I'm wrong, did you guys notice this? It was kind of like it was kind of zooming to the face part here, where you see his mouth. It looked like, I don't know, like some kind of lines in the skin or something. I don't know. I don't know if it was some kind of weird digital effect. I don't know. I was like, I don't know. Is he supposed to be like human looking or not? I don't know. But I'm really looking forward to seeing it. He's probably what I'm looking forward to most. And believe it or not, I'm looking forward to Silver Surfer. Mm-hmm. And yes, I will say, I'd rather the real Silver Surfer be the one there. Or both of them would have been even cooler. And who knows? They might surprise us. And Norrin Rad comes in after, right?
Right.
I have a feeling that's a good chance that could happen. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Sorry, remind me which one of you was the one earlier who mentioned that. Oh, Corey. It was Corey. Corey mentioned he's out on the FF. It looks like crap to him. But he said he liked the scene of the female surfer coming down. was it on Broadway? It looks like it's on Broadway or somewhere in Manhattan or something. And she starts talking to everybody, just standing there almost like a god. I love that too. Man or woman, I love that. She's female silver character on a surfboard. But I love of course, with the English accent. I think it's good. So I have high hopes for that, regardless whether it's a female surfer or not. And by the way, can we just clarify? Because I don't know for a fact. Because I'm trying to avoid reading about it. Right? Is it Shalabal?
I think so.
Okay,
that's what I
heard a rumor, and I just wasn't sure if it was true or not.
I mean, I heard that as well, so I think it's true.
Hey, Luis.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. So that means maybe Shalabal had she turned into the surfer in one of the comics, I guess.
At some point, yeah. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember exactly when, but yeah. Fourth time's the charm. There, exactly.
FF premieres tomorrow. Maybe in Hollywood. Maybe in Hollywood. He's a Cali.
That's right. No, you're right. You're right, because I remember I was
everybody.
I was watching Good Morning America. Sorry, and they said that on Monday they're going to broadcast they called it the Blue Carpet Show, Monday at like 7:00 Pacific time or whatever, and it's going to stream on Disney Plus and Hulu. So I'll probably watch it.
If you're into that kind of stuff, watch it. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I'll watch it. Yeah, I'm excited. I've been lived a life.
Disney owns Zero Kiori. Wow, been a minute, buddy. Disney owns Blood in Blood. Do they? How do you even know something like that? You must have looked that up. Why would you even know? Maybe we can get an MCU crossover. Right. That's something that's okay. We can skip out on that, Everyone's favorite song parody, Cheech and Chong's Born in East LA. Nice. Just call it imaginary. Well, it could be. I don't know. That's what the comics tend to do, right? So the screensaver will have a screen burn of. Yeah.
You better close that. You better.
Just close it. Yeah. Close it and put it here. Yeah. See, I don't use these things, so I first time I've ever used one of these things, so it's like I don't think of those things, right?
So are you saying the bucket is cool, the Galactus bucket, and they'll probably sell out first day?
My lady's eyes never light up like that popcorn bucket when I spend $80 on her. Rich, I know you're old school like me. I know you hate it. I hated it at first. And you also think it's Shalabal. Yeah, I hated it at first because it's not that I hate it, but it's just it's like why? Like why? It's this beloved character, right? It's not a throwaway character like Iron Man. By the way, I forgot to mention, in honor of Matt's crazy, insane comment that he made last week of Iron Man always having been a throwaway character.
Nice.
I decided to wear my Iron Man shirts. All right, today.
I like it.
But yeah, it's such a beloved character, the Silver Surfer. So you kind of like, of course, you why should you bitch about comic fans complaining that why is it a girl? Why is it a female? You know what I mean? It's a beloved character. It's been around for like so many decades. So many battles have happened, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't see anything wrong with people having a problem with that. But again, that having been said, it looks pretty good. I mean, as long as the effects of how she appears on film and how she moves around on film, as long as that's good, I think I'll be happy, So
and to your point, they may bring in, the Norrin Rad Silver Surfer. I mean, because let's face it, Galactus has had multiple heralds, and I don't think Galactus is going to die. I mean, so who knows? Maybe Shalabal will not be the Silver Surfer at the end, and maybe Norrin Rad will take her place at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm speculating, but who knows?
Well, Marcus speculates that it's multiverse, and so she'll be done, and Norrin will be the Silver Surfer of 616.
Yeah, that could be. That's a good theory, as good as any. You know, honestly, when I thought the first appearance of Silver Surfer was going to be in Endgame, remember the end of Endgame when Captain Marvel came and started destroying Thanos' ship? When I first saw that movie in the theater, I thought when everyone's pointing up and shooting that it was going to be the Silver Surfer.
Oh,
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because in the comic, you know, Infinity Gauntlet, you know, Silver Surfer was a big part of that, you know, but Disney didn't have the rights at the time when they made the Fantastic Four movies, at least. Or I mean, forget what I just said. But I just thought that's where they were going to show the Silver Surfer at the end.
Yeah. Marcus, I got it last summer. Ruben is a fan of Teen Tony. Got a jet, Stingray. Sounds good, dude. See you later. Have a great night, man.
Good night.
And so Rich says, I like the Silver Surfer appearance in the early FF movie. Me too.
Me too.
I loved it. Mm-hmm. I loved it. Yeah. To me, out of all the special effects, right, and the look of the movie, I think to me that was the coolest part.
Yeah, for sure.
I enjoyed the Silver Surfer the most. And I love the voice they gave him. Again, sounds very sort of otherworldly, godly, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was great. That's why I kind of was like, oh, when they make the FF movie, I hope they have that same looking character, because it was well done, and hopefully with the same voice actor. Yeah, that would have been to me, that would have been very very satisfactory. But again, I'm okay, whatever. I'm over the fact that it's woman instead of man, whatever. And like I said, I really do kind of feel like that's how they're setting up their surprise. And of course I could be wrong, but I have this gut feeling that the Silver Surfer male is going to come in at some point in that movie,
No, that's a good theory.
So, and imagine how crazy everybody's going to go if that happens. Mm-hmm. I think, right? Yeah. So I think so. Yes, everybody's saying good night. Surf her. Maybe she'll grow up here. Maybe they'll just introduce him. They can have both. They can have her pair and his pair, right? I mean, I think that would be good. So since you're here, Tom, and I've caught up, finally caught up, just really quickly, so we can switch over a little bit to comic art. Mm-hmm. Although I don't want to get too deep into this, because when we do a proper show and tell, I want you to give us your story then,
Sure.
But Stanley was like, just when did you start collecting, and who's your favorite artist?
Yeah.
Those are pretty simple.
No, those are pretty simple. When did I start collecting arts? The first piece of comic book art I ever bought was from Patrick Gleason, and it was at C2E2. How many years ago was that? I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, maybe. It was a page from his Superman run. And he was so nice. I met him at C2E2. We had a wonderful conversation, and I'd never owned a piece of art. And so before I left, I went back to his table, and I ended up picking up what I think is a beautiful page. It's an interior page of essentially Superboy, John Kent, kind of flying. It was page 1 of issue like 23 or something of his run. And I thought, this is the closest thing I'll ever get to having a cover. It was like a splash page.
Right.
And so that was the first one I ever bought. And then...
You still have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't buy and sell comic book art.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I
know, but I figured, even people who don't sell, at one point or another, they did sell something, Yeah, you never know. So.
And then the second piece of art I bought was from Mike Perkins, and I met Mike Perkins at C2E2 as well. And at the time, I didn't really know, who Mike Perkins was. I was just walking up and down Artist Alley, and he was sitting there, and he had some Captain America pages. This was during the Brubaker run. And, one of my biggest regrets is not buying a page from him then. I ended up just buying a comic book. He had done a variant cover for Secret. What was it? It was a Nick Spencer run on Captain America. Anyway, but Mike Perkins. Secret Empire. Secret Empire.
Variant though, right?
It was a variant. It was a variant to Secret Empire.
Secret Empire. I was picturing it, but I was like, what was the title to that again? Yeah.
I know, Marcus. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Well, that's how honestly, I have to admit, I have, I think, 10 Mike Perkins pieces.
Right.
They're all hanging, and all but one. Well, no, I bought one directly from Mike Perkins. It was a Lois Lane piece. That was the second piece of original art I bought. And I bought it at C2E2. It's a page set in Chicago. Lois and John are having pizza at a local place called Gino's East, and I wanted to have it. And that's the night I fell in love with Mike Perkins. He's an amazing guy. I actually went out and had drinks with him that night, and I just thought, oh my God, this guy, I'm a lifelong fan now. Anything he does, I'm buying.
Yeah. Good night, Dan.
Oh, good night. But yeah, so I bought one other piece of Mike Perkins art from. I'm sorry, now I'm just rambling. Should I save this for later?
No, that's cool.
But I belong to a Captain America fan Facebook fan page called whatever, the Captain America Facebook page or something. And the moderator of that group, his name's Rick Verbanis. I think he's been on this once or twice. This show, Ruben's show.
He popped into the chat a couple of times.
Yeah, and Rick, I've never met Rick or talked to him face to face like this, but we exchanged emails. Real nice guy, and he was trying to sell a piece of art so that he could buy something else. And he was nice enough to sell me a piece of Mike Perkins Captain America art from the Brubaker run. But every other page I pretty much, got from Ruben. And I've got some Swamp Thing pages, and luckily I've got some Action Comics pages that I absolutely love. But then the only other artist who I really bought pages from is a guy named Aaron Cooter. Aaron Cooter. He primarily does Marvel stuff now. At some point he did Superman for DC. But, I met him at C2E2 as well. I'm kind of a weird guy when it comes to collecting. And what I mean by that is I don't just buy art because I like the art. I buy art from people I like. I know, again, that may sound weird, but I think Mike Perkins is a great guy. Aaron Cooter is a great guy. And Pat Gleason is a great guy. And like if I've never met the artist, I'm very unlikely to buy art from them, even if I like their work. I like to have some sort of a connection, So like when I look at the pages on my wall, I'm like, oh, I remember when I got that. I remember the conversation I had.
Yeah, that's it. You've probably, I would say, like, you probably have the most unique sort of methodology in how you got into collecting and why you collect. Because I can say, in all honesty, I've never heard anybody say that before you. That it's that. Yes, I mean, for example, like I know that people who collect commissions, they enjoy going back to somebody they had a good experience with, and they'll give them more business because they enjoy the interaction. So that I understand, right?
Yeah.
But this is different because it's not commissions. It's just we're talking about buying a published page of art. You bought because you spoke to them, you had a good rapport, and you thought, hey, I'm getting along good with this guy. He's such a nice guy. I'll buy a piece of art.
Yeah.
And on top of it, you're saying, given that you've done that, you don't even think you would buy from any artist who you haven't already kind of met and found to be a good dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've never heard that before.
I've only bought one piece of art from someone that I've never met. And that is a John Romita Jr. piece. It's not a published piece. I guess it's like a commission. It's a Galactus headshot. It's hanging in my hallway. I like Galactus. He's my favorite villain, even though he's not a villain. Stan Lee once said, I remember he said this at a panel at C2E2, Galactus is not a villain. He's a force of nature. He's like a great white shark. A great white shark isn't evil because he eats someone. It's just he's just trying to survive. But anyway, I bought this piece this Galactus headshot because A, I like Galactus, and B, I thought I've never met John Romita Jr. He's never come to C2E2 when I've been there. And since I don't get out much, I thought maybe I'll never get a chance to meet him. And there's a funny story behind that page too. I don't know if I should tell you now or later, but
we'll save it. We'll save it.
Yeah, it's a really fun, unique reason why I bought that page. But
Well, I'll get you to rehash of this stuff anyways, if it's cool with you when we do a show and tell, and then you can tell us the rest of the stuff or whatever.
No, that'd be great. But and I hope I'm not monopolizing tonight.
Not at all. We're here to just hang out,
Yeah.
I'm here to hang out. I don't know if anybody wants to do it, but I've been talking about this for a while. I still didn't get to this list.
Oh, go for it. I mean,
all right. So why not? I don't want to spend too much time on most of these, but so 2 months ago now, I believe it's exactly 8 weeks, guys, when we did a hangout episode, and you guys talked about a few movies that you were recommending, and you said, oh, that was good, right? So I read them out last week. Okay, so I want to say Dark City, I still haven't seen that one, so that's I gotta get to that one. So Hackers, I had already seen it. Yes, the Manifesto, Kavi, exactly. It was on the client list. Names. Hackers I'd probably seen just a few years back. It was fine. I mean, it was like great, but it was enjoyable enough. Okay. Surprisingly, I enjoyed Peggy Sue Got Married. I don't know if that was you, Tom, who talked about that one. Tom, number one Marvel fan, of course, not you.
Yeah.
Peggy Sue Got Married with young Nick Cage. It was all right. It was a cute movie, so I enjoyed that one enough. Cocoon. I did get to see Cocoon, and so I have to say, Cocoon, like, it was all right. But at the same time, it's kind of like disturbing to see the plot of the movie is like these like 88-year-old men trying to get reinvigorized so that they could go and have sex with their equally 88-year-old wives,
They didn't have Viagra back then, Ruben.
Yeah, no, I know. But so that, the idea of that is it's a bit disturbing, when I realized what it was about, because I didn't know what it was about, But that aside, it was fun. So that's okay. So thumbs up, anyways. I enjoyed it. But when one of you had mentioned Cocoon, somebody else really quickly mentioned, where is it here? The hell is it? Oh, I think it was you, Peter. I don't know if you're still here, Peter, but if it's you, let me know if it was you. Batteries Not Included, which is a Steven Spielberg movie. And, okay, come on. Listen, I like Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin. But Batteries Not Included was just awful. That's just an awful movie. That's not a good movie. Definitely not for anybody, let alone Spielberg. I just have to say.
What's the theme of Batteries Not Included? Is that kind of like a Cocoon movie where
I don't even want to tell you, man. So the easy way to put it, there's this apartment building. The owner wants to, it's filled with basically like older folks or folks that are not well-to-do. They can't really afford a lot of money, right? For rent, this and that. So the owner, some greedy prick, He wants to tear down the building. He wants to evict everybody so he can take the building back, whatever, rebuild, make more money, blah, 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 you know? But there's a sci-fi component to it, and that there's this, I don't even remember like a little flying saucer, literally like about this big. It just comes in, and I don't know. It's just stupid. It was just, what is happening here? What is this all like? Garbage, whatever. It was just crap.
Yeah.
I think on IMDb, I think it's like a 5.4 on 10, if I remember correctly. I don't remember, but I think it's not a good overall rating, and I'm not surprised. So, not a fan on that one. I got to tell you guys, whoever suggested it, and I accept that it's not you, Peter, but whoever suggested it, I don't know. You might want to look at it again. I think that's one you might have seen when you were a kid. If you were a kid, I could understand you thinking it was great, you know. Everyone hates to see old people. Go on, Ruin. MIT was a fun family movie. MIT. What's MIT?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's probably
maybe admit. Come on, Ruben. Admit it was a fun movie. I don't know.
I think it's just a
fun film.
Yeah, I don't know. Good movie for younger kids. Well, that's what I'm saying, Rick. Right? Like, I can imagine maybe a young kid could like that. You know, for sure. An old couple about to get evicted, but it was everybody, not just the old couple. They hired some, you know, young tough guy or whatever to try to hassle them and try to get everybody to move, you know. Saw it when I was a kid, don't remember it too well. Yeah, I would advise you not to watch it again. The alien robots come to Earth to help them. Oh my God, yeah. Sci-fi component, exactly. It's not a full-blown, full-on sci-fi movie, exactly. Fan of gentrification, putting old people on the streets.
Nice.
Okay, it. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's what he said. So what did he say about the MIT thing earlier before?
Oh, maybe it wasn't supposed to be MIT. Maybe the M wasn't supposed to be there. It.
Oh.
Maybe instead of MIT, it was a good family.
Okay. There was a couple of wanted to see Full Frontal Hume Cronin. Coon's awesome. You thought it was awesome. Wow, okay. I wouldn't say it was awesome, but it was fun. It was good enough, you know. That was the plot to Cocoon. What movie did you watch? What do you mean? Which one? That's the one. Oh no, you're probably Caesar. You're probably confusing the Cocoon with the Batteries Not Included, because both Jessica Tandy and Hugh Cronin were in both of those, and they both came out within like a year of each other. It's kind of weird. Whatever. I don't know what was up with that. But yeah, not my suggestion. All right. It was a fun family movie. Yes, okay.
It was,
yes. So Mike says, I just listened to A Boy and Its Dog by Harlan Ellison. Whatever you're thinking it's about, you're wrong. We'll take your word for it. I guess it's not about a boy and his dog.
I guess not. Here.
Tom says he loves it, though. It's interesting. All right. Great story. Rick loved it. Watch Strange Brew. Nah. It's like they're married or something. All right. Yeah, but even, married people are not constantly showing up in movies together. So what else was there? Okay, so then, all right. So Train Spotting was another one that one of you, I think it was Dan, bootlegging maybe. Not sure. I guess I'm just hard to remember with so many people and so many names being thrown out there. So Train Spotting was all right. But I remember the hype at the time, everybody going crazy, thinking it was like the greatest thing. Like, oh my God, Train Spotting. Oh, it's an awesome movie.
Oh, that's the one with Brad Pitt, right? Doing that.
No, that's the Ewan McGregor. It's a bunch of junkies strung out on heroin, and they're always just looking for their next fix, and they're looking to make some money, and they kind of screw some guy to get the money, whatever. But yeah, honestly, I think compared to the hype from the 90s, yeah, that was kind of a letdown. I thought that was overrated. So I don't think I'd watch that again. Good acting. I like that. I like those actors, but I don't think there was anything special about the. But you guys, I should let you know, that scene I had told you about 8 weeks ago. I was concerned because I had heard that it was so disgusting, something about a toilet and whatever. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't as bad as people had made it out to seem at the time. So just FYI, you know. And look at that, another new entry into the live chat. Dan Plegel, Boob Dan Art. That's a pretty interesting name. Batteries not included. Yeah, what about it? PTA Spotting. PTA, that's a great movie. That's a classic John Candy movie. Junkie strung out on heroin looking for the next fix. Sounds like original comic. Well, yeah. I mean, it's addictive, right? That's what we always say. It's like we're always looking for the next fix, right? Who has done worse? Not the drugs. Not the drugs. I haven't. But if you're talking about the poop, that's probably, I wouldn't be surprised. That's about right. That's about right too. I think Train Spotting was renowned for its unique storytelling. Is that what it was? Maybe.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Very disturbing scene with the junkies are in the the crack house, whatever. And one of the one of the junkies is a woman, and she was a single mom. So imagine a strung out junkie with like a newborn, basically.
Yeah.
And of course, they're busy getting strung out for days, and suddenly let me go check on my kid, and the kid's blue. In a crib, right? And it's just like, or I don't know, crib on the floor, whatever. But the kid was blue and dead, whatever. Who knows for how long? Like, so that was pretty disturbing, I gotta say.
Yeah, that's not for me.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't happen in Fantastic Four with Franklin.
What's that?
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen in Franklin, right? Yeah, exactly. But I agree with that, Marcus. That's a pretty good point. That at the time it's true. Pulp Fiction was just this massive sort of almost reinvention of cinema in a way. The way it was done and how everybody just raved about it. And so yeah, a lot of people wanted to be either the next Tarantino or create the next Pulp Fiction and try to do creative, inventive ways of telling the story. So yeah, the poor baby. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said. Yeah. I said the plot that Cocoon was about 80-year-olds wanting to get it on with other 80-year-olds. Yes. Go watch Cocoon, man. You haven't seen it probably since the 80s. Admit it to me, Caesar. Admit it. I just watched it two months ago. That's what it is. That's what it is. I mean, again, it's those Cocoon things from outer space. That doesn't matter, though. It doesn't really make it a sci-fi movie. They dump it in this pool of this club they all attend, and it energizes them. It revitalizes them, right? So it makes them feel like they're not 88 years old anymore. And then they try to they're so happy about how energetic they feel. They decide to go and let's go make sweet love to the ladies. That's what it was about.
I don't remember that being the theme either. I guess maybe I never saw it, or I saw it so long ago.
Listen, it's a long time ago, so I understand if you don't remember that happening. But then you guys need to tell me what you do remember, because maybe you don't remember it at all. That's different, No,
I'm sure I'm not questioning you. I'm sure you're right. But maybe all I ever saw was like the trailer. Maybe I never actually watched the movie. Or maybe I watched it on TV, like the TV version that was edited, because I don't know. I just thought they were old people feeling young again. But I don't remember.
I mean, it was. It is about feeling young again, of course. Mm-hmm. But it's also about, a couple of those guys are like, they immediately get that idea to, let's score with the ladies, whatever. And it's not just that, to go have sex, but it's like, oh, my wife, I can go and, or the girl, the woman that I love here, who I really like and I'm attracted to.
Yeah.
I want to get with her and let's go to the dance and I'll show you a great time because I have so much energy. We're going to dance up a storm, that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
So like I told you earlier, Tom, somebody with a what do you call it? A thumb drive. Thumb drive. It's called a Lazarus pit.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna be like, oh, it's a Lazarus pit.
It's like the Lazarus pit, except the Lazarus pit brings you back from the dead.
Yeah.
You know, better than better than kick the can, right?
Yeah.
I was promised the list. You ain't getting the list. This is Schindler's List. It's not the plot. It's a small piece in the whatever. Like, I didn't say just about. I said it's about these guys getting revitalized with the cocoon stuff, right? And they try to live it up, whatever, whatever. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, it was kind of fun, It was fun, but I was kind of disturbed by that part of it, These guys, these 88-year-olds, trying to make whoopee, It's just that for a nice 70s era talk show TV word for you, making whoopee.
Making whoopee.
It's just the tip of the iceberg of the deep state. Oh boy. Cocoon. The aliens are in cocoons and kept in a pool. Yeah, the old people playing in the pool, sick off the energy, and are killing the aliens. Right.
Huh.
But it's more than that. Watch it again if you can. I know you can't. You can't find it. Yeah, it's weird that it's not. I don't know. You can't maybe rent it anywhere.
Now I'm gonna look for it.
DJ, I didn't even know you were here, and you're telling me good night. Wow. All right, man. Have a good night. Next time, at least tell me you're here, man. Let's see later. DJ, the deep state eat at Wiener Schnitzel. Yeah. The leader of the deep state. Check for a basement. Okay, so what else is there to get? Okay, so then after that guy, I hit a bunch more. And all right, so in order that I saw them, The Whale. So I saw The Whale. Did you see that one, Tom?
No, I haven't. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it.
Okay, so I saw that because I had heard a lot of good things about it. But initially, I didn't want to watch it because I could tell what it was about, an obese or overweight, obese person, whatever. And, their struggles with eating and all that. And so I knew it was going to be, no pun intended, heavy, right? So I was like, I don't know. Do I want to, you got to be in a mood for something like that, right?
Yep.
But then one day I was like, even heavy movies tend to be really great usually. Like the whole Schindler's List type stuff, right? Like, sure. I know that's going to be great, So, yeah, so I watched it and it was disturbing. Yeah, like I expected, right? It deals with something, you don't want to see people like that, So very difficult to watch because, you know that it exists in real life, people are like that in real life, and you don't want people to have to suffer that way, whatever. And so very disturbing in that sense. But yeah, bottom line, it's fantastic. Like everybody has been saying, if you can deal with the heaviness of the movie, yeah, I would definitely recommend it to everybody. It's yeah, really, really fantastic. Great acting. The whole cast, it's not a huge cast, but the whole cast, great acting. And good makeup I found for Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I highly recommend it. I think everybody should see something like that. I like that type of movie, anyways. Stuff that deals with reality, real situations in life that are heavy. It's tough, but at the same time, they're always great. If they're done well, they usually end up being great. So.
Well, I think he won the Academy Award for Best Actor for that movie.
Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of a win. Let me see. These guys probably would have mentioned it. Let me see. Let me catch up. Where am I? So somebody's saying Pizzagate for some reason. Where's the strangest place you ever made? There you go, Rick. Rick knew what I was talking about. I was speaking about an actual specific episode of a daytime game show. Yeah. Nice. Very famous. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I know the answer to that now.
You ever see Hillary at Wiener Schnitzel? Oh, that's Hillary's. Hillary Bardo. I once made whoopee in a Burger King restroom when I was 17. Oh boy. Okay. All right. You had a good start to your sowing your oats then, Tom. So yes, Academy Award winning performance. So is that what won though, Marcus? Because I didn't watch the award shows. Was it him who won, or was it the movie that won, or both?
I thought he won.
Yeah.
But by the way, that one comment prior to this where it said I once made whoopee in a Burger King restaurant. If I think that's a lyric from a song. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh really? Okay.
It might be. I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see if there's a follow up. But anyway, maybe I'm crazy.
So speaking of disturbing movies, Marcus points out What's Eating Gilbert Grape. I believe that's 93, but it could be a 2 or 4 around that era. Johnny Depp, Mary Stuart Masterson, and Leonardo DiCaprio. Don't remember anybody else. Yeah, fantastic movie. And again, I can't remember if you won or not or what. You can remind me that, but that's also just a phenomenal performance by Leonardo DiCaprio. Have you ever seen that one, Tom?
No, I don't think I've seen many of these movies. Of course, I haven't seen your list, but
I don't remember the condition of the boy, but he played a young sort of a teenager. I guess today it's referred to as autism. Back then, I never used to hear the word autistic. So,
right.
So I don't know what they at the time claimed he had or whatever, but yeah, he is, he's a handful, right, because of his condition. But wow, he played that so well. Like, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, a great movie. So, Marcus, did you like it too, or you just trying to throw out something heavy there? Watch Midnight Express. Yeah, that's the one you guys talked about last time. Okay, you know what? Let me just remind myself. All right. Hold on. It's not writing. Midnight Express. That's what he told me last time. Okay. I'll circle that so I don't miss it. Okay. That one, and actually it's right beside Dark City. All right. So I got to get those two. Where there's a basement at Burger King. Okay, Midnight Run is one of my favorites. He won. Oh, he won. Oh, okay. Well, that's probably for when we asked about Brendan Fraser.
Yeah,
okay.
I think he did win.
Yeah, okay. Tom is confirming one for the whale. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I wasn't really watching. Again, I didn't watch the awards, so I don't even remember or know who was in competition. But he definitely deserved it. I always say, usually, even if you don't agree with who wins it, I always say, the old adage of it's not all about winning, right? As long as it's an honor to be nominated. People laugh about that joke. I absolutely believe that's true, because a lot of it is it's all subjective, anyways, right? Different tastes, right? In acting, movie making, it's so subjective. So for me, I'm not always in agreement with who won, but I'm usually in agreement that my favorite movie of the year was one of the ones that were nominated. You know what I mean? So, or one of the best performances as an actor, So yeah, I really truly do believe that you really are a winner, even if you don't get a trophy. To me, that means you were great if you're one of the 5 nominees. That's how I've always seen it, Okay, movie did not win. Well, glad he won at least, The Humpty Dance.
Humpty Dance. That's what it is. Yeah, I once made whoopee in a Burger King restroom. Yeah, the Humpty Dance.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, there you go.
Fraser, yeah. Ruben's disturbing movies list. Mom. Oh, the Mom, right? Yeah, sorry. Right. And the That's true. The mom. So in What's Eating Gilbert Grape, the mom is also obese.
Oh.
Yeah. I forgot. Yeah. So it's been, you know what, Marcus? That I actually saw it when it came out, but I've never rewatched it. So, but I remember the impression it left on me, you know. So yeah. From Gilbert Grape was yeah, exactly. Cool guys do it in the Burger King bathroom, not a restroom. Guys in the freezer of the Burger King. Midnight Express is a classic. Gilbert Grape's a good movie. Okay, yeah, I thought it was really good. But for the performances, certainly. Rock and Roll Express was a what? A very cool anime movie I love is Rock and Rule. All right. Ruben petitioned the Academy to give an Oscar to the Eternals.
Oh, we didn't get enough.
I think my friend Tom here is the one who may have done that.
Yeah, I just didn't get enough signatures. Ruben refused to sign it because he never watched it. That's what you should watch. Go watch the Eternals. That's your homework.
I don't know. I'm not going to write that one down. Honestly,
you can watch Cocoon.
Because look, I even mentioned before here on the show that I had considered watching it anyways, only because, and here I go again forgetting her name, because I wanted to see the actress. I thought the actress was really good.
Salma Hayek,
pretty.
Angelina Jolie.
No, the Chinese one. Because I had watched her in this show called Humans.
Okay.
A British television show. So yeah, even Marcus thought you meant Angelina. Nope.
Well, and I can't remember the name of the director. Shame on me, but I know she was an Academy Award-winning director, and the film, from what I remember, had a lot of on location, filming, which is uncommon nowadays. A lot of things with green screen. So I think I appreciated it just from an artistic standpoint. And I like seeing big giant space gods. So
check out JT, man. JT wants to give it to you now.
Eternals is
almost as bad as the Inhumans TV show.
Now,
I never watched it, so I don't know.
That's the one thing, I never watched the Inhumans TV show. Believe it or not, there's something I haven't watched that's superhero related. So yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what's funny? Stanley is telling me I should watch Meet Joe Black with Brad Pitt. But,
yeah.
But I was a huge Brad Pitt fan from like '89 and onwards, and even before he hit it big, nobody knew who he was, and yet still, I'm the type of person I won't, certain actors, as much as I like them, I won't watch anything they do, not just anything, like any old thing. Like if it just doesn't seem like I'm gonna like it. It's 50-50. Sometimes I'll still be like, well, I like him or her, so I'll give it a shot anyways, But other times I'm like, I just know this is not going to be good. I just know, so no. So that's why I never saw Meet Joe Black. And interestingly enough, I never saw The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. But you said okay, but. I always intended to, and never got around to it. So that's a long name. What do I write here?
That was an interesting one. I like The Curious Case of Benjamin. But I saw that at the theater whenever it came out, and I enjoyed it. And I think I saw Meet Joe Black as well. And I remember liking it, but I don't remember anything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember who. Do we know who Brad Pitt is? I don't want to spoil anything, but.
Yeah.
Meet Joe Black. I think he's like the angel of death or something.
Yeah, something like that. That's kind of what I vaguely remember, something like that,
And I think I saw it, and I think I liked it, but I don't. Yeah, I must have just seen it one time and then forgot about it.
Yeah, I did not watch F1, Marcus, but interestingly enough, I'm gonna watch it, and the reason. So I used to be a big F1 follower, right, for many years, but I stopped also many years ago, and I wasn't gonna watch it because I just thought racing car movies, like I don't know why would that be any good? But then I heard that it was really, really good. Like I think the masses are saying that it's really, really good. So I was like, okay, now when the masses say it's really good, I usually end up, when I take a chance on it, I usually end up agreeing, right? So yeah, so F1, I'm and let me just write it down here too. Yeah, to remind myself, I do intend to see that one. Did you see it, Marcus? And what did you think of it? The Fifth Element, I saw when it came out, but very sci-fi-ish, sort of standard sci-fi. And as you know, Tom, I'm not a big sci-fi guy. So, yeah, whatever. It was okay, but yeah, I'm not, it's not my kind of thing.
I'm surprised you're not a big sci-fi guy. And I mean that sincerely, just because.
No, I know. A lot of people that were like, our comic guys are into sci-fi. Yeah, you know, I know.
Yeah.
I know. And you know what's funny, actually, Tom? I've always actually adored the visuals of science fiction. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to look at the imagery of it.
Yeah. I
just don't enjoy the stories. I don't like reading science fiction. I don't like watching, for the most part. There's some exceptions, of course, but yeah, watching science fiction movies most of the time. Yeah, I don't know why. But the visuals, yeah, I've always loved, you know.
Yeah.
JT says sometimes it's fun watching something knowing that it's going to be bad. Really, I don't know. I just feel like I know it's going to be a waste of my time, you know. Caught a little of Humans, Gemma Chan. Decent but tough to play on AI type character. What do you mean, Kavi, by that? Can you? Oh, did Rich say bye-bye? Good night, guys. Oh, I guess he did. Sorry, Rich. If you're probably gone 4 minutes ago. There we go. Have a good one. Yeah, can you maybe expand a little bit on this? What you mean by that? Tough to play on AI type character.
Tough to play an AI.
Tough to play an AI. But so you don't think she played? I thought she played it. She and the other robots, I thought they all played it really well. That's why I really liked the show a lot. I thought those actors did a great job. Like in selling that suspension of disbelief that these could be, you know, life model decoys, LMDs, you know.
No, I'm not familiar with the show, but it sounds kind of science fiction-y to me.
Well, like I said, there's exceptions to every rule, right? Yeah.
I think, you know, the genre aside, you know, if you find a good story, you know, that's what matters. So maybe I just need to point you in a direction of some good science fiction stories.
Trust me.
Okay.
I tried enough. I know that it's just the genre I'm not really into. Yeah. Well, we've talked about it on this show many times.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of these guys have thrown out names of movies where I was like, no, not really, and they love them, you know. So again, it's not to say that for me, it's a terrible movie. It's just not the genre I'm into. So for me, you know, whatever.
I'm gonna just ask you a quick question. Have you ever seen Battlestar Galactica, the newer series, the reboot?
No, the one with God, what's her name? That blonde woman who was the young blonde girl who was like one of the main characters. She was kind of popular for a while because of that show. I think I never did see it though. No,
it's really good, and that's a show that the reason I'm bringing that up is because I remember when I was watching it, and by today's standards, it's not new, because when I was watching that, I was getting DVDs from Netflix, like they were mailing them to me, and at the time we were just dating, my wife, we were watching it together, and she wasn't really into science fiction, but we were riveted by Battlestar Galactica. And the way I describe it to people is it's just a really good drama that happens to be set in outer space. So you don't have to like science fiction. You just have to like good storytelling. And I highly recommend Battlestar Galactica.
Okay. I believe me, I heard about it at the time as well.
Yeah.
And I have watched, like I have watched, you know, I've probably seen every episode of the original Star Trek show from the 60s, you know, because as a kid, obviously it was constantly on every day, you know, on repeats, right? What else? I was never a regular watcher when it was on, but later after it went off the air, I would watch a few episodes here and there of The Next Generation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Too. You know, and then when the producers started adding the requisite hot babe to all of the other offshoot Star Trek series in the late 90s, I started watching those series for that, you know.
Sure.
And I enjoyed those, whatever. Again, not enough to be like, oh my God, I love that. But certainly to watch it every week and just enjoy it for what it is, you know.
And maybe I should be careful to recommend Battlestar Galactica, because to be fair, I only watched it once, and it was when it was new, so probably 15 years ago. But man, I just remember being riveted by that show and loving every second of it. So I don't know. From what I remember, if I were to recommend a science fiction show to somebody who doesn't like science fiction, I would say Battlestar Galactica.
I'll take it into consideration.
Yeah,
but don't hold your breath.
No, I'm not. Okay. Like I said, I haven't seen it in a long time, so maybe if I gave it a rewatch, I might be like, "Ooh, why did I recommend?"
It happens sometimes. Yeah. Just wanted to show you that Ian was saying that the Eternals, he gave it a 6 on 10, but he says he didn't mind it, and it had a nice look to it, as if lit with natural light in some of the scenes. And he says that the real problem for him was that there's no villain in it, and so everybody's kind of just internally arguing amongst themselves. Did you feel that?
I mean,
got you, Cobby.
I don't know if I'd say there was no villain. I think I don't want to spoil too much. You know, the villain was sort of.
Thank you, Rick. Katie Sackhoff.
Oh, Katie Sackhoff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She was Starbuck, and then she was in The Mandalorian. She was, she was one of the Mandalorians.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, of course, they barely take their helmets off. See, Kavi liked Battlestar.
Kavi's a fan.
Yeah.
And he's seen it. He's seen it, I guess, somewhat recently because he says it holds up well.
Oh, good. Yeah. I said, I've seen it years ago, but I just remember loving it. To the point that I'm kind of surprised I don't own it, like in a box set.
Yeah, Tom also says it was great. He liked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not alone, because I remember loving it. Edward James Olmos.
I love Edward James Olmos.
Of Miami Vice fame.
He was one of my favorite Mexican American actors.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a Dama. Big Bang Theory was always. Yeah.
Let's see, Project Hail Mary book. You're talking to okay. Mr. Red Jack, what's good, Brian? I like the older stuff. Really loved Remains of the Day. I never saw that stuff. I used to see all those. Okay, is it just me, or didn't it feel like in the early to mid 90s, like every 4 months there seemed to be a new movie that took place in, like, you know, the 1800s, the Victorian era, or whatever era that is, and every one of those movies had Emma Thompson in it. Like, even it wasn't just me. Even I even had friends going like, "What's up with Emma Thompson?" There's always a new movie that takes place back then, and Emma Thompson is the star. What's happening? So I don't know if the movies were related or not, but no, I avoided that stuff. That didn't seem like it was up my thing. Brian. Anthony Hopkins, period piece during the war about a butler who puts his duties above all else, which costs him. Yeah, I remember. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, Katie Sackhoff. I know the name, but it didn't gel with the picture of the woman that I'm thinking of. Marcus, I think, has it. I think I'm thinking of Tricia Helfer.
She, I think, was the taller than Katie Sackhoff. She was a Cylon, I believe. Spoilers, but yeah, I should look her up too. Tricia Helfer.
Battle. Yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, I can see it right away. Yeah. This is the one.
Helfer.
This is the one. Let me.
Oh yeah.
Let me do this.
Yeah. And she's Canadian.
We're all just hanging out, so why not? Let me do this for fun.
Did you know she's Canadian?
Show you this. Tell me if you see something on screen. No? Anything?
I don't see it, but maybe
Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, I forgot. They changed the way that I have to share screen. I got to come here and click another button here.
But yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. No, she's beautiful. Did you know she's Canadian?
I did not know that.
Yeah, because I looked her up. Yeah, she's Canadian. Trisha Jane Helfer, born 1974, Canadian actress, former model. She played number 6 in the science fiction series Battlestar Galactica. Yeah.
Cyclone Love, I think is what you mean. Or is it Cylon? Is it Cylon?
Cylon.
Cylon? Okay.
Cylon. Remember the Cylon Raiders? You and I are the same age. We watched Battlestar Galactica. When I was a kid, I had a Cylon Raider toy, their ship. It was like a circular spaceship. My brother had the Colonial Viper. It was the Colonial Vipers were the good guy ships, and the Cylon Raiders were the bad guy ships. And they had these little rockets that were like spring loaded. And I remember as a kid, of course, after we got these toys, there was some recall. You could choke, and if you sent in these little rockets, they would send you like a free Matchbox or Hot Wheels car.
Okay.
And so that's my childhood memories of Battlestar Galactica. But the new Battlestar Galactica is so much better.
You know, I don't have really any memories of it myself. I do have memories of, I remember watching it, right? I remember have these vague memories of saying, oh, you know, or somebody, either, you know, my mom or somebody saying, oh, you know, Battlestar Galactica is on, or, you know, whatever, right? And then going to watch it.
Yeah.
But no memories really. I mean, I have memories of some of the characters, the spaceships, right? What they look like. Not much memory of any of the names, or let alone, so forget about, you know, plot points and things like that.
Yeah. I remember that, you know, there was Apollo and Starbuck. And wait, did you ever watch Buck Rogers in the 25th century?
I did watch Buck Rogers, but to me, it's funny. When you say Battlestar Galactica, it falls into that same category as Buck Rogers in the 25th century, right? Where what's his face, and Aaron Gray.
Aaron Gray.
Yeah. It's the same thing. For whatever reason, what years were those? Maybe it was my age. I don't know. Or maybe it was because science fiction. Maybe it was the beginning of me not really being a sci-fi guy. I don't know.
It was probably like 1980 or 79. We were probably
78, 79.
78,
yeah. But yeah, I watched some of that too. But again, I can't say I watched a lot of it because, again, I don't really have much memories of it, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see what Buck Rogers in the 25th century series ran between 1979 and 1981.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I probably was not a regular viewer, and that would make sense as to why I don't really have a lot of memories of it, you know? I wouldn't say I love Lorne Greene. But he's a Canadian acting icon. I mean, I respect him. I liked Lorne Greene, yeah. Not love, though. Yeah, but I bought all the you bought all the BSG toys and would lose the little figures that came in the.
Yeah, they were little. Yeah, you're right. They were super tiny. Yeah.
That's funny. You know what's funny? I love westerns, but I only began to love the western genre, kind of like in my mid to late teens. So back in those days, no, I didn't. I avoided watching Western themed programming. So I can't say I loved Lorne Greene in Bonanza. I never really watched Bonanza.
Now I remember Lorne Greene. He was a Dama. I think, in the.
I think somebody mentioned the name earlier before. Yeah.
Tweaky. Yeah. Beady. Tweaky. Yeah, the little robot. Yeah, everything right after Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, and Rick says Tweaky. Yeah.
Yeah, Tweaky was that little robot, and he just went around going beady. Nathan
Fillion's Canadian. That's something else I did not know if that's true. We used to take the action figures and these Star Wars figures and had intergalactic battle wars. If you guys were lucky because we had no money. We had no money to be buying those kinds of toys. So
yeah.
So that would have been pretty fun if you had a whole bunch of them like that, and you could stage battle scenes and stuff, you know. Peter is confirming indeed Greene was a Dama.
Yeah.
And Mel Blanc was doing the voice for Tweaky?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, let me get on with this, everyone. The next on my list that I saw after The Whale was The Apprentice. Anybody see The Apprentice? That's the one with the Winter Soldier actor guy playing Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. Winter Soldier actor guy. What is wrong with me? I can't think of these names either.
It doesn't matter, but you know what.
Yeah, I know who you're talking. Yeah.
Oh God, what, Tom? Oh God, what? That I watched that movie, or that I can't remember an actor's name?
I can't. Oh my God.
Sebastian Stan. Thank you, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't watch it. You know what? It was really well done, Marcus. Really, really well done. And listen, having always known since the mid '80s or thereabouts what that guy was all about, right? So none of this what's happening now, I mean, it's horrific, but none of it is a surprise to me. I always knew that should he somehow con his way into the White House, I always knew what was going to happen. So none of this is a surprise to me. So that's the thing. So I've seen a lot of background stuff, through old video clips, whatever, but also documentaries, various types of documentaries. And so already having seen that stuff, seeing the movie, it's really well done. Pretty much most of what they put in the movie is stuff that I had already learned through the documentaries, many years ago. Really worth watching, Marcus, I would say. If you just want to see it, a well done movie.
Yeah.
But yes, neither can I. It's okay. Ruben is in Canada. I don't get a vote. I wish I got a vote.
I did too.
It affects us too. Believe me, as you guys know, it affects us too.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'll just move on from that. I'll just say it was really well done. Really, really well done. And believe me, since 1985 or so, I have been a despiser of that person. So yeah, so take that for whatever it's worth. And I could still watch it, and it was enjoyable, very enjoyable. All right, so let me move on. Greyhound, mentioned that last week too. So Greyhound, I figured nobody had ever heard of this one. I thought maybe Peter had heard of it since he's really into war history. And I mentioned it last week, so I'm not going to say much other than to repeat again. It's Tom Hanks. HBO, one of those. Yeah, it's a streaming.
That's Apple. That's Apple TV Plus.
Oh, Apple. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
And so it's his first trip out on one of these, ships. And it's a mission. It's a mission out in the ocean. He's what do you call it on a ship? Is the commander? The
captain? I think he's the captain.
The captain of the ship.
I think he's the captain.
And it's his first mission as a captain. And it's funny because it's a quick movie. It's made for streaming, and I think it was an hour and 12 minutes, something like that. But I really, really enjoyed it. So it's quick. It's nice, Oh, Yevgeny left us a few seconds ago. It was a fun evening. You guys have a good night. Thank you, Yevgeny. Yourself as well. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
And did you finally watch? You okay? So you watched it? Yes, good movie. Yes, awesome, Peter. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Sorry?
I liked it too. I did see that.
So you did see it?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Okay, and you enjoyed it.
I did. I didn't see it recently, but maybe last year or something. But yeah, like you said, it was short, sweet, a lot of action. And Apple spares no expense with their production value, so it looked really good. And I like Tom Hanks. So yeah, it was good. It was well done.
Yeah, good night, honey. Glad to hear. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I liked it.
It's always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Cobbia wasn't excited about it, but he said it was decent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really into war movies.
Well, myself as well.
Yeah,
Typically, myself as well. But
yeah. But
you know,
I heard good things about it, and I like Tom Hanks. So yeah, I watched it and I enjoyed it. So Convoy.
Peter's letting us know that maybe it would be the proper name would be possibly a convoy commodore.
I mean, I
But he's not even
haven't watched
sure.
it. I don't remember that. I figured he was either captain or maybe admiral, but
Yeah.
no, I think he was a captain. I
Yeah, because every time he gives an order and they the seamen
mhm.
reply back, right? And you have to say aye aye. What don't they say aye aye, Captain?
Usually they do.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Because
Okay.
Admiral is the highest, in the Navy. Apple, Tom Hanks movies are all good. Yeah, they are all good. There was
Funny you say that, Peter, and funny that you agree.
yeah.
Because I until just now I did not know that Tom Hanks made several Apple movies. So
Yeah, there was that one. I can't think of the name of it right now, but he's got like a robot sidekick. It's in the future. What the heck was that called?
I knew that one, Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm thinking about one that, and I hope maybe one of you guys saw it already or not. There was one that for a long, I don't know, like last year they were a year ago, I think they were talking about it, advertising it, and it was supposed to be something that had to do with Forrest Gump, and you see a digitally youngened version of Tom Hanks and Jenny. Him and Jenny are there, and I was like, what's this? Because I love Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about, but if you do, please let me know what that is and if that can be seen and if it's good. Norway made a similar movie, but about a convoy to Murmansk, Arctic convoy. It was okay. Or the Commodore. So Peter's not sure. Okay. It looks nothing like Lionel Richie to be a Commodore. It's a good one. Seaman, of course, you would laugh at that, Tom. He's the captain of the ship and also commanding the convoy. Okay. So, but captain's right then.
The other
Yeah.
movie I was thinking of where I said he had a robot, it's called Finch, Finch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
there you go, Finch.
Yeah, Tom and Peter are saying Finch.
Yeah, Finch. That was good. Well, of course, I literally just watched Apollo 13 with my son a couple days ago.
Oh, funny, because I watched it when it came out at the theater,
Mhm.
and I haven't seen. I did see it once after that, but probably just a few years after that. So it's still been decades. But I've been wanting to see it with my daughter. I feel like I want to see it with my daughter so she can see that.
Yeah.
What did your son think about it?
He liked it a lot. He's really into space and astronomy. And in fact, we just got back from our road trip. Our main destination was Kennedy Space Center. So we spent 2 days in Kennedy Space Center, and we met two actual astronauts, who flew space shuttle missions. And so we were really into that sort of space vibe. So when we got home, we watched Apollo 13. We watched Hidden Figures, which is a movie I had never seen before.
Okay, that's one that I recommend everybody watch. I love that movie.
Yeah,
I've seen that one maybe twice for sure. I think 3 times. I love that movie. Hidden Figures.
Yeah, I loved it too. I only saw it the one time, but my son recommended it because they watched it in school, and which I thought was
really?
Yeah,
cool.
So we watched that, and then we watched Interstellar just yesterday. So yeah, right now we're in this sort of space sort of genre.
Space mode,
Space mode, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, Octavia Spencer. But all the actors were great. They were all those. They were all great. What the heck is it? You probably know all their names, but all of them. I liked all of them. I thought they all did a fantastic job. So
yeah.
Tom Hanks was also a producer on Apple's Masters of the Air about bombers during World War II. Okay.
I heard that was good, but I haven't watched it.
He says, if you go again, take the main tour. You see all the launch sites and everything.
Yeah, we didn't pay for that. We, believe it or not, Tom, we were there 2 days in a row, and we still left thinking, oh, we missed a couple things. So yeah, we took the bus tour, but it was part of the free tour. I think there was another one where you go like behind the scenes. But yeah, it was fascinating. We absolutely loved it. So we even saw a space launch. We saw a rocket launch. At at 4:30 in the morning. We actually stayed an extra day just so we could see this rocket. It was a SpaceX launch. It wasn't like a
still.
But it was cool. It was just really cool to see a rocket launch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to see that up close. That's cool, you know.
For All Mankind, I love that series. Yeah, Mr. Terrific is in it.
But that's a scripted show. It sounds like, because he says drama, right? So
it's scripted. I mean, I don't know, Ruben, you might not like it. It's science fiction, but it's really well done, because the premise is like, it's kind of like a what if story. Like, what if the Russians got to the moon first?
Oh, I heard about that. So that's what that is.
Yeah, and then they had like 4 seasons, I think. Peter, you could probably tell me if I'm wrong, but it's at least 3 or 4 seasons. And I absolutely loved it.
Alternative history, as Peter said.
Alternative history. There you go. Yeah, it was. Alternative history. It was really good. Back to the Future. Yeah.
Really, Stanley? Who hasn't watched that? Come on.
Hey, has anyone watched Black Matter? I think it's called Black Matter on.
The science fiction show, right? A few years back.
It is on Apple TV, but I love
it. It was getting some good press at the time. I remember.
Yeah, and I think it's based on a book which I never read, or a series of books, but I loved it, and I think maybe I liked it for 2 reasons. One, it was just well done, good storytelling, but it was also set in Chicago, and I love anything that's set in Chicago. So,
Marcus he's warning me. He's being nice for a change. He's warning me. He's telling me that the show is going to make me mad because I don't like the multiverse. So, are you saying the show does that kind of hopping in in time travel, stuff like that, like hopping in different dimensions and stuff?
Yeah, Dark Matter. I think it's Dark Matter or Black Matter.
I think it's Dark Matter.
I think it's Dark Matter. Yes, Ruben, you may not like it because...
Yeah, no, I wouldn't like that. I know for a fact I wouldn't like that.
It is science fiction, and there is sort of like, alternate realities. Like, you go into this like box, and then there's all these doors, and you go in the wrong one, and then your life is different. And yeah, it was very interesting and well done, but it's definitely a multiverse type of thing.
And what about confirming season 5? There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start watching that with my son. I think he'd get a kick out of it. So yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
What about this one? This one is ringing a bell, and I'm thinking, is this the Matt Damon one? The Martian?
I watched that with my son, The Martian. Yeah,
is that the one where he gets stuck, so he has to start growing his food?
Yeah, he has to grow potatoes on Mars. Yeah.
Right, so that he can survive until they come and save him.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, we love that one too. Yeah,
I really, really enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
I watched 2. There was 2 science fiction. Shocking, I know. 2 science fiction movies that I watched almost back to back. I think they may have come out of around the same time. It was that one, The Martian, which is the name I always forget what name that is. I always confuse it with the other one. It was The Martian, and of course, now that I have The Martian in my head, I can't remember the name of the other one. Oh, Interstellar.
We watched that one yesterday. That one's like 3 hours, and yeah.
Okay. Is that the one? Is that the one with McConaughey?
Yeah.
Oh, I really like that one too. Both.
Yeah, that's great. And then before we went to Florida, I made my son watch Contact, which also has Matthew McConaughey in it.
Oh, really?
That
one. I might have seen that one. Who else? Who was his co-stars in that?
His co-star is someone very famous whose name I can't remember right now. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Somebody in chat, I'm sure, will tell me. Contact Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster at the same time that there
you go, Tom. Yeah, Jodie Foster
came in. Okay.
I love that movie. I think it's based on a Carl Sagan novel, and I love that it's sort of not to get too deep, but it's kind of like a science meets religion type theme, because Matthew McConaughey is the religious preacher or whatever character, and Jodie Foster is the astronomer, and it's sort of this science meets religion theme that I was fascinated by it.
That sounds, I can't remember if I saw that one or not, but that sounds very, judging by what you just said, it sounds like something that would have been based on something that Carl Sagan had done.
Yeah, I think it was based on a Carl Sagan novel, Contact. It's very good. I have it on Blu-ray. It's one of my favorites. Interstellar Hans Zimmer score. Yeah, it's a great movie. Yeah, like I said, all this, the last 2 weeks we've done nothing but watch like space movies. my favorite Martian TV show.
Who was the star of that? Wasn't that goofy old guy?
Yeah,
What
that's
the heck
the
is his name?
I don't know. I gotta look up.
But yeah,
Yeah,
an incredible movie. Which one? Which one, Stanley?
probably
Interstellar,
Interstellar.
talking about maybe.
Interstellar or Contact. Yeah.
Oh,
The Arrival. Yeah, The Arrival has Hawkeye in it,
The
and
Arrival. I don't think I saw that one.
it's got Jeremy Renner and
Oh, then I definitely didn't see that. Yeah, that's
Lois Lane from The Man of Steel. Yeah,
Oh, I like her though. Yeah, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Oh no. Oh, you mean? Oh, hold on. Lois Lane from the Man of Steel movie.
Yeah.
Amy
Adams. Is it Amy Adams? I think it's
Amy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both. So it's Lois Lane and Hawkeye are in The Arrival.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I haven't watched The Arrival with my son yet, but Contact. Yeah, Contact is a great movie.
Amy Adams.
Yeah. It's all good stuff. Finally, some movies that I've seen, Yeah. I don't think I've seen anything on your list.
That's okay.
Except Greyhound. I saw Greyhound.
That's okay. Yeah, well, you have the Greyhound, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so an older one, Role Model. That's the comedy with
I love Role Models.
Yeah, Stifler from the American Pie movies, right? Sean William Scott, I think his name is.
Yeah, and Ant-Man.
And the guy that everybody says never ages, Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
Paul Rudd. I thought that was hilarious. It was just fun, right? It was just it was good, wholesome fun. Yeah.
I have that one on Blu-ray. I have that one in my basement. Yeah, that's a great one. I haven't watched it in years, but I remember loving it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Peter. Ray Walston. That's the one I was thinking about. And I forgot about Bill Bixby, but yes, I was thinking Ray Walston. Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch Gattaca? Nah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I've not seen Gattaca. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it.
Margot Kidder. I only want Margot Kidder. Oh boy. Love Gattaca, fun, Idiocracy. Okay, so the next on my list is, so Role Models, fun. Okay, nobody has anything to say other than, unless the Idiocracy comment was about that. But that's a good, fun comedy. After that, I saw The Departed. Have you seen that, Tom?
No, but that one won like an Academy Award, didn't it?
I feel like it's been years since I followed Academy Award shows.
Yeah.
But I still heard, you hear things, right? Yeah. And I vaguely kind of think that, it was one of, at least, if nothing else, at least one of the nominated films.
Right, because isn't that like a gangster movie or something?
No, cops, crooked cops.
Oh, okay.
Like cops.
I haven't seen it. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Oh, Marcus says it won. So which one are we talking about? The Departed? The Departed was the winner of the
Best Picture or something. Yeah, I remember hearing about it, but from whatever trailers I saw, it just didn't look like my kind of movie.
Oh, it's a Scorsese film.
So it's probably too long.
You know what? I don't remember the length of it, but and listen, Tom, take it from me as a guy. I love the 1980s movies because most of them were 90 minutes. Okay.
Right. Yep.
And I've said it many times, even when I'm loving a movie, once it crosses the 2-hour mark, I start getting annoyed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't like long movies, with some exceptions, of course.
Sure.
But it didn't feel long, is what I can tell you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it was good.
Like, to be fair, Interstellar is 2 hours and 45 minutes.
That one I remember being very long. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but I still enjoyed it, right? Like I said,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Exceptions to every rule, right? So
right, yeah. I have not seen The Departed. I'm sure it's excellent, but I don't think it was my. It just didn't look like my thing.
Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio, Mark Wahlberg. Those are the two kind of guys that come to mind first. But a good cast.
Yeah.
Remake of a Hong Kong movie. Which one? Internal Affairs. The Departed. You mean?
Departed.
I guess.
I think so.
Kavi is he's confirming that it won the Best Picture and Best Director. Okay. Tom, come on, you've been here for years now. You already heard me say you're just fucking around with me. I lost track I lost track when I was at like 34 times I saw it. So
Yeah.
it's the
all
most.
all I remember is coffee is for closers.
I can remember almost every line in the movie at one point.
Okay.
Because I just, you just keep watching it because you love the lines, and then you keep watching it, and suddenly you realize you remember every single line, and it was crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, fantastic. Arun doesn't need to use the bathroom, does he? Why does he mind long movies? Watch Birdman. I don't know. Like Birdman of Alcatraz, I liked. What's Birdman?
Birdman is with Michael Keaton. I've not seen it, but
that's like a pretty recent one, right?
I mean, by pretty recent, maybe within the last 10 years or something.
Yeah. That's still, Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for confirming that, Peter. Yeah, Departed, a remake of Eternal Affairs. Okay. That's funny. Okay, so hold on. Are you still there?
Who, me?
Yeah. My screen just went black.
No, I can see you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I'm good now.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So after Departed, I saw. Okay, probably most people haven't heard of this. I mentioned it last week. They Shall Not Grow Old. So it's a documentary about World War I, done by Peter Jackson of Lord of the Rings fame.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a it's a documentary where he used World War I footage. And I can't remember exactly, but I want to say like approximately half of the footage, he ended up not only colorizing it, but you know how footage from that era, the speed, it's sped up. Everybody looks funny because they're walking really quickly.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So he managed to slow it down to normal, proper speed. And it's wild to see these people. See, now the thing is, he also added an audio track to make it sound like there was audio, that you could hear the soldiers speaking to one another when they're in the trenches and stuff like that. That I wasn't a big fan of because it's not their voices if they just made it up. You know what I mean? So I'm not a fan of that because it's not a fictional thing. It's a documentary about something that really happened, right? So I would prefer they just kept it silent, but just visually, really fantastic. So that's something to look at just for that. Another great Macy movie, I guess you mean, All Colored. I guess you're probably talking about that one. So much free time in his hands to watch all these movies. No, I just, every now and then I have to make that effort. And so I made a long effort, but I haven't seen a movie probably, in the last 2 weeks, I don't think I've had time for one. Babe Ruth's Speed, right? Then I saw Sinners, right? And do you know what that is, Tom?
I know what it is. I haven't watched it yet, but I know it just came out on HBO Max. So
HBO Max.
I've heard good things about it, and I know it's.
Yeah, I know. So the reason it caught my attention, first of all, was because on social media, they just kept bombarding me with an advertisement for it, right?
Yeah.
And most of the advertisements had what's his name?
Creed guy, Jordan, Michael B. Jordan.
Killmonger guy, yeah.
Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan, right? Yeah. All the ads just had him wearing clothes that told me, this looks like it's the South in the 1930s. Yeah. And I like that. I like the setting, right? But, what's it going to be about, And then because I was still on Facebook, I saw Tom, here we go, because I knew he was going to say this. Sinners is great. Love the ending. Didn't see that coming. Every character in the movie was well done. I saw him post about it, telling how, I just watched this. Oh, it was great, And so I was like, oh, interesting. Okay, so that's a little bit more interesting to me. To maybe I'll check it out. But I still didn't really know, what is it about? Again, the look of how they're dressed and everything, I'm thinking, 30s, the Deep South, but that's all I know, right? So I'm like, you know what? Okay, then I read that, Michael B. Jordan plays his own twin brother. And I like when they do things like that, if it's done well, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, that's interesting enough. Even if I don't know what it's about, it appears. By the time I decided I'm going to watch it, I had the feeling, okay, it's in the South, in the deep South, probably Alabama, Georgia, somewhere around there, right? And I got the feeling it had to do with bootlegging because of, the what do you call it? The lack of alcohol.
Oh, you're talking about not bootlegging. You're talking about
well, people would bootleg because there was no alcohol. Everything was dry during the Prohibition era, right? Yeah. So I'm getting this feeling that it's about that, and it might be kind of 1930s gangster related. Yes, sir. Thank you, Rickster. You got it in before us because I know you probably entered the comment like 12 seconds earlier. Yeah, so then I'm like, okay, that's good enough. I'll watch it, right? So I'm watching, and the first 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, this is pretty good so far. Yeah, I'm liking it. 20 more minutes in, I'm like, okay, this thing needs to get going, because if it doesn't start to pick up and tell me what it's going to be about and go somewhere, I think I might cut this off, Yeah. And then I keep watching it, and then all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, what is this? I don't know how the internet kept it a secret, okay? But it ends up that it is Deep South, 1930s is the setting for a vampire movie. Right?
Yeah, so I knew that, and
oh my god!
Now I've never seen it, so I don't know what this surprise ending is. So don't tell me that. But I saw a trailer for it at the movies, like when I went to go see. Went to the Theater for Sinners. Yeah, I saw a trailer for it when I went to see whatever I saw. I don't know, Mission Impossible or something. And so I knew it was a vampire movie. And that's why I'm a little bit surprised that you didn't know it was a vampire movie.
I kid you not.
Yeah.
Every advertisement that popped in front of me, and there were tons of them, they kept doing it, like Instagram, Facebook, and it was just usually a picture of Michael B. Jordan or Michael B. Jordan with the cast around behind him or whatever, all looking like they're, just in the South in the 30s.
Yeah.
I see no vampire stuff here. But I'm happy. I'm happy it turned out that way, because it's nice to be surprised that way, because I am a horror fan anyways, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I wasn't a horror fan, I probably would have been pissed off, because I'm like, what the hell is this? What are they doing? Vampires? What?
Yeah.
But I'm a fan. So, no, I thought, so that was, what a great surprise, and really well acted. I loved all the actors. And they also, I don't want to mention, so at one point, it's so cleverly told, and there's this scene where I'm like, all of a sudden, for about 2 minutes, you think, this is turning into a musical? Like, what the hell is going on here? I'm not a huge musical guy myself. Thankfully, it was like a couple of minutes. But they played throughout the music some wonderful Southern old music from that era. But at the same time, there are some characters who are Irish, and they play some Irish music.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and that's also really cool. And anyways, I don't want to give away too much, but if you're okay with vampires, I would say watch it.
I knew it was a vampire movie, and the funny thing is, Ruben, is as much as I think you and I have a lot in common with taste, I'm not a big horror movie fan. So I think when I saw the trailer and I knew that it was a vampire film, I'm like, it's a vampire film.
Right. I get that.
But that being said, I've heard nothing but good things about it. So people are like, it's a great movie. And apparently if there's some, surprise ending or whatever, it's on Max, so I should just watch it. I heard it was really good.
If you have it, I would, and what's funny is Mrs. Josh Allen. And you know what, Marcus? I didn't even know that was her. I was like, who is this? She's got an interesting look. And I'm not surprised I didn't recognize her, because I really only know her through social media, people talking about Hollywood actors all the time, whatever. I don't think I've ever seen a movie with her in it. So that was probably my first movie that I've seen her, maybe. Yes, Haley Steinfeld, I believe her name is.
Oh, she's the new Hawkeye. She's the young Hawkeye.
Oh, that's what I heard. Yeah. So I was like, oh yeah, I like her character. Yeah, she was pretty cool. I like them all. Like I said, I would be interested, Tom. Again, no pressure, but I would be interested to see if you did give it a shot, what you thought, given that you, unlike me, are not into the horror genre.
Yeah.
Because I would say, I don't know. I feel like someone like you who's not into horror. I don't know. It was just such a different movie. I just feel like it's not your typical horror movie,
Right.
So it's just clever. I don't want to give away, so it's clever. I think there's still a good chance you'd like it, even though vampirism is involved.
Yeah, no, I see your point, and it's kind of like going back to when I was trying to pitch Battlestar Galactica to you. I'm like, you don't have to like science fiction to like a good story that's set in a science fiction genre. And so same thing with this. Just because it's a vampire movie, if there's a good story that has, that just happens to be told with vampires, then I'm sure I'll appreciate it. So
Yeah. And thanks, Cobby, for letting us know. I didn't know that it had a theatrical release. He mentioned it had a theatrical release. I hadn't even heard about it until, like I said, these ads started popping up from HBO Max or whatever,
Yeah, no, I knew it was a movie, a vampire movie. So yeah, somehow that slid by you.
Yeah, I'm happy too if it worked out well.
Yeah,
and that's also fantastic news.
Mm-hmm.
Only a 90. Well, I shouldn't say only. I mean, it's still a hefty amount of money. But yeah, 364 raked in on the 90 million budget. That's fantastic. Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So, I'm happy. It's funny because I hadn't heard until I started seeing these ads pop in front of my face. I hadn't heard about it. I was not aware of it. So that's pretty amazing. Hey, Adam Law in the house. If it's horror and looks good, I watch it. We got a horror fan in the house. There we go.
There you go.
Small nurse to see a brand new IP. Yeah, I know what you mean, Cobby. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Peter says sinners will grab you by the carotid artery. You saw it, Peter. Then you liked it. I guess you liked it. She makes a sexy vamp. Yeah, she was kind of like sexy throughout the whole movie, to be honest.
That's another reason for me to watch it. Then, all right.
Tom should take a bite of the movie. Nice, Peter.
Will do.
Watch The Shining. I've seen it several times. Stanley, come on. Where was that coming from? I saw it at the theater. I've watched Misery several times on VHS, DVD, TV. I love that movie. I loved it since it came out. Yeah, so I've seen it many, many times.
I've even seen Misery, and that.
I've been naming a lot of them that I like. Come on, man.
Yeah, Misery. Oh my God, read
the book. Read the book. Can't watch the movie because it'll ruin what I imagined. Yeah. Well, when you've read the book already, I agree. It usually ends up being disappointing.
Yeah.
But those of us who watch the movie, we can't all be wrong, Peter. Most people love that movie. All right. Let me get this sort of close to finishing here. So after Sinners, guys, Adam tells us he liked Dr. Sleep too. I tell you, Adam, I haven't actually as much of a horror fan as I am. I'm a fan of the genre, but I also will be the first to tell you that most of it is garbage, badly made crap. So in recent, I don't know, I would say the last 10, 15 years, I kind of stopped watching. I haven't made an effort to watch horror stuff because it's just frustrating to keep trying and failing until I got to watch 10 movies before I finally see one. I'm like, wow, that was really good. Finally, I hate that, but another vote for Dr. Sleep. Okay, hold on. Let me write that down just in case. Dr. Sleep. Okay. Love The Stand and watched this series and hated it. Well, The Stand book is great, but yeah, none of the televised versions of they're all crap.
Life of Chuck. Now that just came out.
I don't know.
That's in the theaters now
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Life of Chuck. No, Life of Chuck, if I'm thinking of the right movie, it's with Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, and Loki, Tom
Tom Hiddleston, yeah.
Hiddleston. And it looks really good and interesting, but I was just going to wait till it comes out on streaming somewhere.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I mean, if someone has seen it and they really like it, maybe I'll go see it.
Yeah, and I thank you for letting me know, actually, because now I'm a little bit more interested, of course, Adam.
Yeah, and Life of Chuck. Yeah, sorry.
Sequel. I mean, not that the idea of anybody making a sequel to The Shining. I don't know. I don't know that that's a good idea, so I don't know that I want to watch it. But two of you said it's good, so I feel like maybe I should watch them back to back or something. I don't know. But it's written down now, so maybe I'll take a look at it.
I saw a comment that said written by Stephen King, and that was referring to The Life of Chuck, because I remember they said, yeah, from the guy who wrote like The Green Mile, and they were listing some of the other Stephen King stories that aren't necessarily horror, and it just looked really interesting. Anyway,
yeah,
Life of Chuck.
What about Perkins' adaptation of The Stand? What about it? I can tell you that to this day, I feel like even though his Swamp Thing and then Batman First Night are already even better, artistically speaking, I still feel like I count his Stephen King's The Stand as his magnum opus, because it still holds up artistically really, really well. It's slicker. He's got slicker inks in that than the more organic, brushy stuff he does. He's been doing in the last 15 years. But it's still beautiful. It's still really, really beautifully drawn. And it's a single novel adapted at like a length of 732 pages or something like that. Like, it's longer than most novels, like back when in the 80s, when we were all reading horror novels, paperback novels, most of them were like 550, 600 pages, and so for a comic book adaptation to be 700 or 600, around 700 pages, all done by one artist, the whole thing from start to finish. Yeah, I think it's just phenomenal. I own a lot of art from that, by the way. That's how much I really enjoyed it, because I was a fan of the book anyways, right? But yeah, I'm not sure why you're asking about it, but yeah. It's a good movie. If the little boy grow up, which one? The Life of Chuck, I guess you're talking about. The little boy from the Shining, I guess is what you mean. Life of Chuck is okay. Stanley says okay. Ruben would love it. It's similar to Age of Adeline. You know what? I haven't seen the Shining in so many years. Maybe it's worth a rewatch, and then watch the other one after. It and November 27, 63, magnum opuses. You mean in terms of the books, or you mean the movies?
Interesting. I don't know what 11/22/63 is.
Yeah, well, that's the date that Kennedy died.
Oh.
I don't know if that's a movie, but
I shouldn't. Now I just feel dumb.
The Canadian just showed you.
I know. Now I feel like a dumb American.
All right, it's all right. Book. He's talking about books. Okay, talking about books. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, let me go to the next one. What is this? About 3 or 4 more here. So right, yeah. So after Sinners, it was. So I saw. Oh, sorry, you guys are with their late comments, but it got canceled. But it's got canceled, Franco. I don't know what that means. TV series.
Oh, it had a TV series.
Well, it was a movie a few times. What about 11? I feel like 11/22/63. I thought that I remember them saying they were going to do something on either the movies or television about that, but I don't know that I ever heard it actually came out. But if it's on one of those streaming channels, then that would explain it. Because who the hell can afford to buy all these streaming channels, right? There's too many of them. So
I agree.
Dr. Steve had one of the most brutal. Okay, don't talk. I'll watch it. Okay. Hang in there, Tom. You're doing great, buddy.
Oh, thanks. I know my iPad has 14%. I might go and grab a charger and plug it in.
I'm gonna try to hurry this up so we can finish. So I'm with you.
Okay.
So yeah, thanks, Marcus. Yeah, okay. So that's what I thought. I remember them saying they were gonna do some adapting it. Okay, was it good? Anybody watch it? It came out. Yeah, was it good? I mean, I don't know that I wanted to. Like, I've seen so many documentaries about, that day. I feel like, do I need to see a whole TV series about it? I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't really feel like I want to. I liked the 11/22 series. Okay, at least good news that it was good. Rebecca Ferguson, awesome in the movie. She's very sexy. I don't even know who that is, but okay, take your word for it.
Maybe that was that from Sinners. Maybe was she in Sinners? Or maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know by name. So
we've probably moved on from that movie.
Yeah.
So but you had mentioned there was a sexy vampire or something. So I thought,
yeah.
All right. Sorry.
So then I saw the documentary Selling Superman about this lawyer who had been collecting comics since, I think, the 70s. And he became kind of what do you call it? Like a pack rat, a hoarder. And he had a whole room in his house with these comics he had been collecting. And he collected all the way up until just a few years ago when he died. And ultimately, what happened was all those decades he collected, he didn't want he had 2 sons and a wife. And he didn't want his family to, because he was obsessed. He didn't want anybody to go into his comic room. He didn't want anybody to touch anything that had to do with his comic boxes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he covered all with blankets and stuff. And he just told his family, like, no, don't touch this stuff. Don't go in there, And so because he didn't share his hobby with his sons didn't really grow up as major comic fans or anything, And then lo and behold, he dies a couple of years back. So now they got to take care of the estate. They find out the collection he has and the enormity, the sheer, not just the value of it, but like some of these, he had like a Superman comics #1.
Oh wow.
Like he had like a lot of super expensive books. Yeah. He had books that would sell for, if there was high grade CGC, they would sell for like, say, some of them had sold for a few copies that sold at around $10,000. I forget which issue it was, so I don't want to say it because I don't want to confuse it. But a couple of copies that sold for $10,000, like in a 9.8, and apparently he had like 100 copies.
Huh.
Stuff like it's amazing for anybody who has ever, obviously all of us have been comic people at one point or another. If we're not anymore. It's just fascinating to see the kind of stuff this guy had collected, and the family knew nothing about what was in there, the value. Oh my God. So it's a 4-part documentary called Selling Superman. So check that out. Google it. I forget where it's playing. So
yeah, I'll have to check that out.
But yeah, really fun for, especially for us comic people. It's pretty cool.
Has anyone seen Superman, the documentary about Christopher Reeve?
Yeah, I saw that one too, but I saw that one a few months earlier. That was fantastic as well.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, that was really fantastic. These guys actually, we were talking about it on one of the shows. That somebody mentioned it in the chat. Somebody mentioned it. I was like, oh yeah, because I remember hearing that there was going to be something in the works for a documentary about him, but I never heard anything after that. And then they mentioned it. I was like, oh, okay, it finally got made. Awesome, And I saw it, and oh yeah, of course. I knew I was gonna like that, and I did, So
I loved it. Yeah, I mean, it's a real tearjerker. I mean, it really tugs at the heartstrings.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very inspirational. I mean, but anyway, sorry, I didn't mean
for sure. Yeah. No, for sure. So next, Jurassic Park. So I watched the new Jurassic Park. I'm a dinosaur fan since childhood, like a lot of us, right? All I can say about Jurassic Park, I mean, the story to me has never been really anything special. I've felt that way since after the first one. So the first one was really fun because I guess it was the first time. It was really cool, right? I liked it. After that, story-wise, I never thought there was anything special. To me, it feels like a formula with Jurassic Park. It feels like it's always something very close to, okay, this is the blueprint. So we got to go back to that island, or we're going to go to another island, right?
Right.
It's an island nonetheless, right? And we're going to go and try to get something. But of course, we'll tell you it's safe, but ultimately the dinosaurs are still going to get us. And I mean, it's the same shit every single time, you know?
Yeah.
And so for that reason, I always feel like they're like, that's 6.5 on 10, whatever, you know. But whatever, I like it for the dinosaurs, you know. I liked that they changed the actors again, so that was kind of nice, interesting to see different actors. So that was kind of fun, and a few different creatures or whatever. But yeah, well, good, fun little dinosaur thing. But again, never like any other one for me. You know, same old, same old. What I would love, the only thing I want to say is, yeah, that movie was a documentary. The dinosaurs are real. Yes, indeed, Brian. Excellent, excellent indeed. The Velociraptor is on their way to Ruben's place to share their opinions with him. What I've always thought, especially after about the third one, after Jurassic Park 3,
Mm-hmm.
you know, which already was when I was like, okay, it's always the same thing, you know. What I would love, and I don't get why they don't do this, because I feel like, is it Universal? I think that owns the Jurassic. I think it's Universal, right?
Yep.
Is it Universal? Are they like the only movie studio who owns this software that can make, you know, dinosaurs look that good? Because I would think other people have that, and I'm like, why do you have to keep beating a dead horse with the Jurassic Park syndrome? Why not create a dinosaur movie that has nothing to do with the words Jurassic Park? Just make it take place, I don't know, whatever, 10,000 years ago, whenever they say that they had dinosaurs and humans, you know? Make it fake a little bit if you have to. Make it so that it's during caveman times. Put a little sci-fi if you have to, and have humans from 2025 go back in time and, oh shit, we're stuck in the past, right? And have the whole story take place back in the prehistoric era, right? Yeah. Why does it have to be Jurassic and Park and all related to that crap all the time? I don't get it.
Ruben, this is hilarious. When I went to see Superman, last week, there was a trailer for a movie about dinosaurs that is not Jurassic Park. I don't know if anyone in chat knows what I'm talking about.
Really?
Because I can't think of the name of it. It's not exactly what you're describing. It doesn't take
Okay.
place. Like, it's not Godzilla. But there's some new movie. It's just coming out where it's like, it looked like an R-rated Jurassic Park where it's more violent and like there's like soldiers fighting dinosaurs. But it's literally, I just saw a trailer. I just can't think of the name of it. But man, I wish somebody else knew what I was talking about.
Marcus says the movie you want is 65?
Well, that's a different one. You're right. That's on Netflix. That is with Kylo Ren.
Adam Driver.
Adam Driver. Yes, I watched that movie and whatever. It was okay. It was just a popcorn movie. But there's something new coming out about a goofy dinosaur. I wish I was just searching for it. Oh, here it is. Primitive War. Official trailer. There's a movie called Primitive War that is coming out. You can look it up later. But yeah, there you go, Ruben. I've just found a movie for you. Primitive War.
Primitive War.
Primitive War.
You didn't see it, though.
No, it hasn't come out yet. But I saw a trailer for it when I watched Superman.
Oh, the trailer. Okay.
Yeah, so it's the first teaser trailer, Primitive War. Well, whatever. I won't waste time, but yeah.
Is Kong versus, because I have it. I have Kong versus Godzilla. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna watch it. Should I though? Should I?
Oh,
God, everybody's saying that 65 was terrible, by the way.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah, not good.
And
How about this one? Did you ever see this one? Have you Godzilla -1?
Yep, that's good.
Did you like it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I love it too.
Somebody kind of, I guess online, I was reading people saying, "Oh, new Godzilla movie, go check it out, it's fantastic."
Mm-hmm.
And so I checked it out, and I had no idea, again, because I didn't really look for more information. So I had no idea that it was a Japanese production. I thought I was looking at the latest American production.
Yep.
And when it starts, I'm like, okay, cool. I was like, cool. They're starting it like in Japan. That's why they got the Japanese actors, and they're putting the subtitles. And then like after like 20 minutes, I'm like, well, shit, this is a pretty long opening. Like, when are they going to get to the American, actors? And I realized, wait a second, was this always not? Is this nothing to do with Hollywood? Like, and that's when I realized, yeah, this is probably just a Japanese feature. What amazing though, amazing! I loved it.
Yes, it is amazing. And there's a black and white version that I haven't watched yet, but it's also on Netflix. It's there's a color version and a black and white version. And that movie also they made for like 10 million or whatever, and it did exceptionally well. Yeah, it's a good movie.
Marcus says that the Godzilla versus Kong will go by fast. That doesn't really mean it's good. And then Brian says pass.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess I'll keep it. I have it, so I'll keep it. But I'll keep watching other stuff that interests me more first. And if I ever plow through a whole bunch where I'm like, ooh, okay, what else should I watch next? Then maybe if I have nothing else, I'll give it a shot. I don't know.
Yeah.
I love King Kong. I've never been a huge Godzilla guy, but I love King Kong.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
I've seen Godzilla versus Kong, and then there's another one, Godzilla X Kong or Times Kong, whatever.
Right. Oh, there's more than one, right?
Yeah.
Are they good? No, not really.
Primitive war based during the Vietnam War. There you go.
It's set in the Vietnam War. That interests me.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw the trailer for it, so I don't know anything about it other than it just looks like a violent version of Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Okay. That you said that's the Primitive War is the one you said is coming out at some point soon, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an American production though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
Okay. Matthew Broderick. I do like Matthew Broderick. All right. So what did I see next? After that, it was okay. So, that's when I watched Superman. After Jurassic Park, I watched Superman, which we already talked about last week, and then I watched right after it, back to back, which I mentioned last week. I watched Superman Returns from 2006. So no need to talk about that. Then there's a couple more. I then watched Deadpool Wolverine, and so I am not a Deadpool fan, and I've mentioned it before that what I liked him when he came out as part of New Mutants, whatever, X-Force, just based on his visual, the way he looks, right? I thought, oh, that's a cool looking character, but whatever, nothing really interesting became of him, at least to me, in the comics. And then I left comics. I got run out of town in 1993 by the crappy quality of everything that was going on at the time. And then by the time I came back in around 2000, 2001, I started looking back at what I had missed over the 7-8 years while I was away. And I saw that Deadpool, everything I saw that was Deadpool related was jokey. Like every Deadpool cover, every Deadpool, anything was just, I could see like jokey stupidity. I was like, what the hell? What's up with this stuff with Deadpool? What's going on? And my friend told me, yeah, at some point they just made him more of a comical character, and that's it. It's and now he's more popular than ever because of that. I was like, oh, okay. Being a guy though who doesn't really like superheroes comedic usually, I'd rather just serious or whatever. I was like, it doesn't interest me really, So anyways, all that to say that I watched it. It was kind of fun. Nothing special about the story, obviously. But I had fun seeing all the cameo appearances of. Did you watch it, by the way, Tom? Yeah.
I loved it.
Yeah. Okay. I loved seeing all the characters that they threw in as guest appearances, and I gotta say, it was a bit cheesy to see Gambit because, like, I think I mentioned that last week. You know, the purple armor on his chest was so purple, so, you know, but not a big deal. I was like, if you could just tone that down a little, it wouldn't look as cheesy. But the only other thing, the one thing that was supremely cheesy was his headgear. He looked ridiculous with that headgear. It didn't translate well to the real life, you know, screen. I found. So if they could either fix that or just not let him wear, you know, see how it looks without the headgear, I think would be better.
Are you talking Wolverine? Are you talking Wolverine's headgear?
No, Gambit. Yeah. But other than that, he did a great job with the Cajun accent. And I love how they did the powers of the exploding card throwings and stuff. So I really like him. I wouldn't mind seeing him again in a movie in the future, you know? Yeah. But yeah, got to do something about the mask for sure. Otherwise, it's stupid and cheesy. Even though it is comic accurate, I know it is, but it's just not done well. But yeah, like I said, I just enjoyed seeing all. I didn't know who that villain was, Cassandra Cain.
Oh yeah, Cassandra Nova. Cassandra
Nova. Yeah, I have no idea who she is, but she looked kind of cute. It was like a kind of a cute bald look. Not happy that she's Xavier's sister, apparently, or whatever.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, she's Xavier's
sister.
Whatever.
Like Xavier's in comics for 60 years, and suddenly some writer decides he's going to write some new character and claim retroactively that it's her. I hate when they do that, right? So I was like, hey, whatever. But she was cool. I thought she was kind of cool. I love the special effects of how she's putting her fingers in everybody's heads into their faces. Yeah, that's really cool. So really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see what's his face Wolverine again. So that was kind of fun, you know. So yeah, overall a fun movie, you know. And I gotta say, visually speaking, the opening scene, don't know if you remember it, but the opening scene is a scene that they replay later in the movie. And then we find out that, oh, okay, yeah, right. Like that's what we saw at the beginning. What happened at the beginning is supposed to happen later, what kind of thing, right? But they show it right away. But when he's kicking the crap out of those guys, like, I don't know, the forest or something, whatever. Just the sword play, the whole, you know,
using the bones.
Very ninja-like, and obviously they had to do the super overly graphic blood floating everywhere, whatever. But yeah, it looked good. It was a cool scene, you know. I gotta say, probably my favorite because it's a soft spot in my heart. Daphne Keane as X-23, because I've said it several times on my show. Her performance in Logan is my all-time favorite actor performance in any superhero movie, from like the Marvel era onward or whatever, you know. Yeah, I love that. So fun to see her, of course, even though she's not a little kid anymore, but you know, it's good that they got the same actress again. So that's fun. So happy to see that. Let me, before I go to the next movie real quick, just to see what you guys are saying here. Primitive War sounds like a DC war comic with soldiers running into dinosaurs on an island. Oh, it's going to be. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That sounds very DC, actually. I don't know. Do you know, Tom, when it's supposed to be coming out?
I mean, I'm guessing within the next couple of months because, like I said, I saw a trailer for it at the theater when I saw Superman.
Right. Oh, that's true. It's on Superman, right? Yeah.
It's I don't know exactly. I'd have to. I'm sure I could look it up on IMDb. Here, let me see.
The Honda Odyssey. Yeah, they were indeed, Rick. That's funny. I remember the Honda Odyssey. Talk about product placement. That was crazy. Like a Weird War Tales story. Yeah, exactly. Weird War Tales. Exactly. Yeah. I thought the jokes were way over the top in Deadpool Wolverine. Oh no, I'm not saying. I liked all the cameos, the characters for the most part. Some of the action, Tom. You know, I'm not a fan of Deadpool. I'm not a fan of jokey superheroes. So just in general, yeah, I don't like Deadpool now, how he is now. The whole joking that, like, I've never read a Deadpool comic ever, other than his appearances before he became a jokester. It just doesn't interest me, you know. So yeah, so that a lot of the over the top jokes, but it's typical. It's kind of what I expected. So I didn't find it annoying because it's just what I expected, you know. The Fashionista.
By the way, August 21st is when that premieres.
Oh, interesting. So it's still this summer. Interesting.
Yeah. So next month. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And Peter, The Devil Wears Prada is a pick of mine. I only saw it once. I did see it when it came out, and I enjoyed it. Yeah, I had read online that it was surprisingly good or whatever. It made me curious about it. So I was like, okay, I'll check it out. I didn't go at the theater, but watch it at home. Yeah, I remember it being a good movie. Grant Moore. You mean that Cassandra Nova chick is what you're talking about? From Grant Morrison. And Cassandra Nova is comic accurate. Okay. Oh, so she's been around for about 20.
I'm just gonna grab a charger for my iPad. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Okay. Yeah, so that means she's been around almost a quarter of a century then. Wow. Okay. Yep, 21st, right? Good. No Spider-Ham. I don't remember seeing Spider. Was there? No Amazing Man. No Ambush Bug. Deadpool Wolverine is the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time. Wow. Which is pretty crazy. It is. I had fun with it, but not in my overall top favorites. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't know that I'd ever watch it twice, but it was fun. Like, it was fun, but fun doesn't always mean that it's an 8, between 8 and 10, 8 out of 10 or higher for me, you know? Sometimes you can watch sort of stuff that's not that good and it's still fun, you know? So that's kind of how I saw it, you know? But yeah, especially to see certain guest appearances by certain characters. So that was kind of my main thing, a point of interest. So yeah.
Sorry, I gotta plug.
You're all right, Tom?
I'm just plugging in my iPad.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no. I apologize. We are going to be done soon. I'm pretty much. Actually, I think we are at the end.
No need to apologize.
Because at the bottom of the list. Yeah, sorry guys. So yeah, sorry Tom. I got to say sorry to you. Deadpool Wolverine. Yeah, it's the last one I saw. It's the most recent one I've seen. I haven't been able to see anything in the last couple of weeks, and I don't know. Now that I got this baby, I don't know. I might suddenly drop movies to try to start reading more, you know? So we'll see what happens. But at the end of my list, right under Deadpool Wolverine, which there was one more spot here, I just wrote down what you guys told me last week, which was to watch that movie called Substance. Did you see that, Tom? Do you know that?
No, I haven't seen Substance.
Oh, okay. That was the one with Demi Moore, I think you guys said. Demi Moore.
Oh, all right. I'm familiar with it. Yeah, that's where she takes like a drug. She takes like a drug to fix her face or something. Right? You watched it, Ruben? Or you did not?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, then yeah, I think
I wrote it here only because last week these guys told me about it, and I was okay. It sounds good. Let me write it down. Yeah, but I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I think she takes like some sort of weird drug because she wants to look young, but then her face gets all messed up. I don't know. I'm sure they can tell you more about it, but I heard good things about it. So there you go.
Yes, watch it, Marcus, for Substance, right? I guess, yeah, it must be Substance. Yeah. Because then Stanley said, I think you were the one that said last week, Substance, a great but wild movie. Real life story about Demi Moore. Oh, body horror movie. Good way to put it. Okay, interesting. Thank you, Rick. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah. Substance, and what was the other horror one? Oh, Dr. Sleep. Right. Yeah, so I'll why not? Nominated for Best Picture. Substance?
I heard it was good, you know.
A body horror movie? Yeah, but you know, that type of genre doesn't typically, you know, nobody pays attention to that for the awards, right? Like when do you hear about, you know, horror movies being nominated for anything, right? Nobody cares, you know. Horror and comedy, right, are the two things, like the Ugly Stepchildren, right?
Sure.
You know, and they happen to also be the two most harshly critiqued genres, in the sense that, like, if you go on IMDb or Rotten Tomato, you know, whatever your favorite ratings place of choice is, throughout history, it's like, for me, I know I'm almost guaranteed to enjoy a movie if if I'm if I wanted to watch it to begin with, and IMDb's overall rating says that, all these people say on average it's an 8 or more, right? Then I'm like, it's virtually guaranteed that I'll enjoy it. But with horror and comedy, like, you rarely see comedies and horror get more than 6.5, 6.7, and the funniest ones, the most popular ones, are still, they tend to be rated 6.5, like, for whatever reason. Same with horror, like even when they're like really good. Oh yes, 6.5, 6.8. If some horror movies are lucky, you get them over 7. Like, with very few exceptions, do you ever see 8+? You know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know why. But both of those genres have always gotten the short shrift, and they just get, they get shellacked way harder than any other genre. Like, it's bizarre to me,
Yeah.
But yeah, that makes me more interested now than before. Like, if a movie that sounds like what you guys are kind of describing it got nominated for the awards, like, that's interesting. That's got to be good for sure. So, very body horror for sure. The sequel will be called Substance Abuse. Yes, and that's why it's special. Okay. Superhero movies are also harshly judged, but yeah, that too. Yeah. But they're more, they're more recent, right? But yeah, you can add them now to the whole genre groups of comedy and horror that constantly get shit on, no matter how good it is. It's, that's what's funny is, for me, I try to look for something that's like 8 and above. Although I'll go slightly lower sometimes than even 8, right? But but when I know that I'm looking in the mood for a comedy, right, and I'm just checking IMDb and I'm trying to think of all these comedy names and that I remember from the past that I never saw. I try to see, I try to read the synopsis to see if it sounds good or not. Pretty much all of them are like no more than 6 something on 10. It's like, wow. And I'm like, but this one was so popular. It doesn't matter. It just, I don't know, for whatever reason, people just shit on them. So, yeah, I think the superheroes have such a hardcore fan base built in, and so that's why you're going to get the superhero harsh judgment. But anyways, guys, we should clear this out. I have kept my friend Tom here for way longer than I imagined I would keep him. Holy crap!
No, I just feel bad because my iPad was dying. So here, I think I got enough charge now to just sit on the couch again and get off the floor. But no, if I ever do this, if I do this again, I'll probably do it from my computer. But
oh yeah, no, I would hope so. Yeah, that'd be better, or at least plug it in somehow. Yeah. Stanley, we can't have him do a room tour because now that Tom has gotten the feel of what it's like to hang out with you from the inside of the studio, I'm sure, and you've been really relaxed on camera, like you've done this your whole life, by the way. So I would think that you feel pretty comfortable, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because I think the reason I hesitated about being on your show before is because I wasn't sure if I had 20 pieces of art to show, but I think I do. I
remember you telling me that, but
but
you know what? You know what? It doesn't really matter. Like, if you had close to it or whatever, it's fine. We can still do a show. And look, if the worst case scenario is the show ends up being a little bit shorter than the average, just because there was a few less pieces, right?
Sure. So it ends up being 4.5 hours instead of 5. So yeah.
Exactly. I mean, everybody knows now, most of the time is taken up by all the interaction we do with everybody in the chat, right? So that really packs on. Not that it would be a short show without interacting with the chat, right? It would still probably be, I would say, 3 solid hours, but the chat, it makes it 5, and whatever. So yeah. But no. We're not going to be. These guys are trying to do their usual stretch
Yeah,
out
right.
stretch out the show length. But
Yeah.
like I was saying, Stanley, well, he'll come back and we'll do a proper show and tell together. And
Yeah.
maybe if he wants, he can. Like he suggested he might do when he first popped in. When he does his proper show and tell with me, then if he wants to, he can take us around the room and show us the
Yeah.
walls and stuff.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
literally have I have a staircase going upstairs, and it's just lined with comic book art, and then I've got some comic book art in my home office. So
Yeah.
and so all my comic book art is pretty much hanging on the walls. So yeah, I'll give you a tour.
Brian says it doesn't matter. We like talking about everything beyond artwork. Well, that's great, Brian, and that's why I love these hangouts, because I don't have to feel like talking comic art, like it's not happening too much or whatever. And here's the thing: it's not like I don't want to, right? You notice that during these certainly the last few hangout episodes, anything goes, especially. We don't talk too much about comic art, but it's funny. On Friday, a couple of days ago, I went to have lunch with a friend, and he said he watched last week's episode on Rewind, and we're talking about it, and he said like, yeah, you talked a lot about the movie, whatever, but it's cool, and I said, here's the thing. I'm sure that there would be a lot more Rewind viewers who would watch these types of episodes if they got the sense that when they tune in, there was a good chunk of like a chapter that once I break it up into chapters, that there's a good chunk where, okay, this is all about comic art, and I would love to do that. But like I was telling him 2 days ago, it just goes to show how small our hobby really is when you think about it. Because comics, right, in comparison to comic books, comics is way, way larger than comic art. And how do you know? Well, any given week, there's always something. You go online and you'll hear news about the comic book industry, But with comic art, on a week-to-week basis, there's really nothing happening new every week that there's something to talk about, So as much as I'd love to talk about comic art every week, it's without rehashing the same sort of topics we often have talked about in the past, there's nothing new. Like what are we going to say? But you guys are always welcome to bring up something related to the art itself. If there's something you want to talk about, bring it up, whatever. But it's like 1 week passed since last week's show, and I was thinking, any art talk? What can I say? Is there anything I can bring up about art? And I was like, not really. Nothing happened in the last 7 days in the hobby that I remember, right? That's newsworthy that I should bring up. So, so I appreciate that the core group of you, always come by and hang out and stick around, even when it is non-comic art talk. Because I get it. I get some of the guys, they know it's primarily a comic art channel, so they expect to see comic art talk. There's not always something to talk about, really. So when there isn't, we'll talk about other popular culture stuff, and that's fun too, right? Like Brian says, right? Most people do like talking about other stuff other than just artwork, right? So, So I appreciate that. Cheers, Antoine. Later, dude. That was 4 minutes ago, so I guess I missed you. Have a good week, Hobby. Appreciate it. Everybody remember how to make slides. It's been a while, right? Only the hardcore guys are here every week. That's true. I mean, the guys that are here all the time, that's really the true hardcore group, Tom. For sure. Comic books are the cake. Comic art is the cherry on top. That's true. It's just that it's such a small hobby. There's not anything really happening in it from week to week that you could talk about, Oh, yeah. First on my list. They too busy doing panels. When are you getting Angelo? Oh gosh, no, I don't think that's gonna happen, man. I don't think it's gonna happen. That would be sick. Thanks, Peter. I had a fun time too. Yeah, thanks to all of you guys. And you know what? Not once did I mention how, like, wow, the viewers keep dropping off. And the viewers have been dropping off for like 2 hours. But like, I don't care. It's just once the show is over, what do I care? The show's over, you know? It's only when we're live that I'm having fun, and whoever's with me, I'm assuming. So I had a good time, and I know as long as I got the core group of you guys here, and a lot of people drop off, the core guys stick around. It's still fun. It still feels like everybody's still here, because it's you core guys who do most of the talking anyways. So that's the key to it, right? Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Peter.
Thank you, also Tom. Let loose the dogs of insanity. I don't know anything about that, Tom, but if you could maybe email me, if that's something worth watching, maybe email me a link or something. Comic artist to comics, what comics are to comic movies. There you go, Stanley. Thank you, Rickster. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a great week. And you can explain Blue Angelo. Oh my God. No, I think I'd lose my mind, man. Awesome show tonight. Thank you, man. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you, man. As always, one of the hardcore group among the group. So appreciate it. Have a good one. Have a great week. And B&G, Steve. I would say comic art subjects have not quite all been fully discussed. Ooh, you haven't seen all my shows. Understandable, probably, because some things may be sensitive issues. Well, of course. I mean, we can't do everything, obviously. Certain things you just can't do. But for the most part of the stuff you can do, I'm pretty sure I've covered it all. By the way, it was nice of you, Tom, to show up with your good spirit. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. It was fun. I'm glad I did.
Yeah, me too. And on a recent video, yeah, how recent though? Because for me to find it, there's Mignola in the title. How am I going to find it? Good night to you, Brian. Thank you. And can I discuss Bob Kane? Well, 1930s. No, okay. Would like discussions about how the hobby was 20 to 30 years ago. Yeah, we've kind of covered that. We've talked about that. We've had topics where I kind of talked about, how stuff was 20, 30 years ago, the current one. Okay. Thanks, man. I'll check it out. But anyways, thank you again, guys. Appreciate it. Tom, do not hang up, please. Stay with me. Okay. Obviously, as has been my habit over the last few months, again, like as I mentioned at the beginning, I have no idea what I'm doing next week. So unless Tom really quickly suddenly wanted to do his show and tell, I'm probably gonna do another hangout. Who knows? So we'll see. But I got nothing to show you. We'll figure out what happens when it happens. In the meantime, Marcus, Nicky B, I know you're not here, but still, and the rest of you, whoever else are going to San Diego Comic-Con this week, have a great time, and enjoy it. And Marcus, are you going to be back on Sunday like every previous year? 8 p.m. sharp, 5 p.m. West Coast. The convention ends, San Diego ends. The Room of the Collector show begins, and there's Marcus right on time. And he confirmed. Wow. Awesome, man. I appreciate you. You know that. Thank you so much. And yeah, man. Thanks, everybody. I know you're talking about, I see porn stars of the 70s. Oh, you want to talk about porn stars of the 70s? Oh my gosh. I'm more familiar with the ones. I do know a few names of the 70s ones, but I'm more familiar with the 80s ones. I had some friends. I had one particular friend who was like a rabid porn connoisseur. It was like, so just because of him constantly talking about it, I remember a bunch of the names, Ginger Lynn, Amber Lynn, Peter North, Tracy Lord. I don't know. Maybe I don't know that.
You might need a different YouTube channel for that shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Thanks, Marcus.
Show close to yeah, exactly. Yeah, the VHS era. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. We're gonna cut out of here. And the friend's name was Ruben. Trust me, it was not. I worked at a video store a few years later, and he would still come in and rent all the porn vids. I can tell you that. But yeah. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much again. Of course, Tom, A wonderful first timer, especially for like out of the blue, unplanned. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
It was
Appreciate
my
it.
pleasure. Thanks for
Thank
putting
you.
up with me, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good week, everybody. And we'll talk again next Sunday, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern for 5 o'clock Pacific. And as always, go blue.